Hello, everyone. Welcome to a really, really late night coding session. Although it's going to be probably more writing than coding. It's currently 12:30 in the at night on Saturday, August 29th. Uh, I was exhausted. After work, I was just extremely tired. So I chose not to stream. I took a nap instead, and I woke up a few minutes ago, and I decided I was just gonna stream now. So as you can tell, my sleep schedule is completely messed up. Uh, but we have no choice. We have to try to get these hours in because we are currently at 46 hours, 7 minutes, and 8 seconds. So you may not notice this, but I'm on my laptop again. I'm not at my home station, my studio. Uh, with the new iMac, I'm using the old MacBook Pro, the one that gave me so much trouble, but held up for the first 15, 20 hours of this stream. Maybe 10 hours. I don't remember exactly. So let's get this timer started. I updated the numbers just so it continues on from the previous session. And there we go. Our countdown should be running. There it goes. Okay, great. So I'm going to minimize the terminal window because we're probably not going to need it today for the rest of what we're going to do. And I also, let me open up, I took a screenshot of the list of things that I had created yesterday. So let me go over to my desktop, open up this list. Let me make this a little bit smaller so you could all see. But this was the list of things that I came up with yesterday for how to grow the channel, how to grow the personal brand. And there's some things that I actually was thinking about, after the fact earlier today, where I was thinking that if, maybe Instagram might be a platform to consider tapping into. Though I don't know how many people would go to Instagram to or follow an Instagram like coding page, unless like maybe the stories made sense or the actual posts were, like small little snippets or, maybe pictures that someone could scroll through and understand exactly, how to go from like A to B in like 6 steps or 6 pictures or something like that. I'm not 100% sure what, not 100% sure what the solution is there. Actually, I do want to check to make sure that my stream is working correctly here, because I always get worried that my sound isn't going to be coming through or something. So let me hear. Correctly here. Perfect. Okay, so it is going through. All right. So yes, as I was mentioning, basically yesterday we started. Yeah, it was yesterday, I think, or the day before. I can't remember. All the days are a blur for this month, and all the live streams have been like a blur. So yesterday I think it was yesterday that we discussed growing the personal branding and trying to increase or create virality, or a little bit of it. Trying to grow a little bit. For those of you that are just joining in, possibly. Sorry, I should have said this at the beginning, but it is late and I'm not, maybe I'm not thinking straight. That on this channel, I do coding and programming tutorial videos for the most part. And this month, I've been doing a live streaming challenge or a bet against one of my friends where he had to do 10 workouts and I had to stream 60 hours of myself doing coding related things. I think, in retrospect, it was a horrible bet to make because I remember he told me that it would only take about an hour and a half. Each workout was about an hour 15, an hour and a half. And he said he was going to do 10 workouts, one every other, skipping doing a workout, skipping 2 days, doing a workout, skipping 2 days on average. Although he didn't do that, but it's fine. But for some reason, I just picked 60 hours. I was like, all right, I'm going to go 2 hours every single day. And that was quite a mistake because now these live streams feel forced. And yeah, they're definitely not good for like channel growth or, to keep subscribers. I've lost like over 20 something subscribers, maybe 20, 25 subscribers or 27. I don't remember. But yeah, no one signed up for this to get a live stream notification or see my live stream thumbnail every single day. So yeah, so I kind of regret doing this, but in a sense it's been fun. Like some people have messaged me that I didn't like. or thanked me for the channel, or have hopped on and like said hi or hung out for a little bit. So it's been fun to do that for those few that have joined. I think Twitch is a much better platform for live streaming, even coding, whereas YouTube is definitely better for like curated videos, or unless like the channel like has like a focus on a live stream like once a week or something like that, or maybe it could be like live podcasts or something 3 times a week or 5 times a week or something, but that should be the focus of the channel, not like coding tutorial solutions and then streaming for like 4 hours, because that's not what people will watch. That's what will get you unsubscribed. So I started working on my own personal website yesterday. Looks like I have to reinstall or update some plugins here. I just updated to WordPress 5.5 yesterday, so I had neglected this site that I created a couple months ago. I had neglected it up until like pretty much yesterday. Even though when I first bought it or when I first created it, I spent some time working on it. Let me just show you what I mean. If you're brand new here, we have 2 sections really. These are 2 topics that I'm interested in, and there are other topics that I'm interested in, but I want to flesh these out before I start adding more and more topics. So computer science is one and Scratch is the other. And so yesterday I started working on the Scratch section, creating Scratch posts or Scratch articles. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to have like articles there for someone if they stumble upon this site, or if they Google like something to do with Scratch, they find my site and there's more than one article there for them to read or to go through. So, one way I could like drive traffic to the site is by making sure that I'm including things in the posts that are relevant to what people might be searching for, and I could also link to my personal Twitter, my personal professional Twitter. I could also link to my YouTube channel, and then those are some of the ideas that we were coming up with yesterday. And I say we, but it was kind of just me talking to myself. But here are some of the article ideas that I wrote down. So yesterday we worked on the first time using Scratch, moving a sprite. So someone who's brand new to Scratch, like never used it before, they could just read this blog post and go through it step by step and actually create a simple Scratch project and start to figure out how to read code. That was the goal for yesterday. And so that was this article, your first project, moving a character on screen, that I created yesterday. And I actually, now that I think about it, I think it would be nice to number these, because these just look like anyone can pick anyone. Anyone can pick any article and it would make sense or it would be appropriate. But I think if I number them, if I have 1, 2, it'll make sense. It'll make people more likely to click the first one first, and then go through accordingly. Or if they read something else, and they can choose that also. So here is what we created yesterday, and now I want to work on. Today I want to work on maybe doing 2 articles. So maybe my goal would be to get 2 articles done in the next few hours. So how to create a sprite and how to code 2 sprites. So those, I guess, would be 2. It would make sense for someone who's just starting out. Once they've figured out how to move a sprite, how to start doing that, maybe it makes sense for them to create their own sprite. And I know that I have a video on that. I haven't watched the video that I made, I don't know, it was probably over 2 years ago now, or maybe 2 years or so. I haven't watched it again, so I'm going to have to rewatch it and see what I discussed in that video as well. Let's start with the blog post and see if the video makes sense for that. Otherwise, I could make a new video as well. So let us go over to WordPress. And by the way, I'm using this platform called WordPress. So if you've never heard of WordPress, it's a great, basically a nice way to start making your own blog website. It's similar to Scratch in that there are blocks when you create a post or a page or something. There are quote unquote blocks that you can bring into the page that you're working on. It's not really drag and drop. I mean, there are aspects of it that are drag and drop. Like if you create a paragraph and you want to move it under another paragraph, you can drag the paragraph and drop it underneath, or move it around like that on the page. But it's not like a visually coding, programming language kind of thing. It's really just what would I call this? I'd call it like an abstraction of like a lot of complexity underneath, where there's a database that's storing all of your posts. There is code that you can edit, that you can go in there and look at. How would you do that? I'm not an expert at WordPress, but you can definitely go in here and change a lot of the code of how it works. There's also a lot of plugins, and so what these plugins are different like pieces of code that other people have created that you can like just click a button, click install or click run, and it'll like run on your website. So it's just a really nice, easy way of doing things without having to really go into the code and like do it manually. But you still have the option to do that as well. So so the way that I've structured my website is that I have these pages that represent up here at the top. Right now I have Learning Scratch and Computer Science that are public. And then I have other things here that I was, I had written down or created a couple months ago when I was coming up with like the topics that I'd probably want on the website. So you see here books. So maybe like some coding books or computer science related books might be a section that I'll eventually work on, just because I've read a few, and it might be helpful for someone to know like where to start or like what to read or what could help them develop their skills a little bit. We have computer science. We have home. That's the front page. We have Learn Bitcoin, Learn JavaScript, Learn Swift, and Learn Scratch. So these are all like languages or topics that I'm really interested in that eventually I would like to flesh out a bit. But one thing at a time, we have to focus on Learn Scratch. And so the way that it works is that the Learn Scratch page has an area at the bottom that displays all of the different posts. So as you can see, welcome to the block editor. They literally call it the block editor. So all the different pieces of the website are considered blocks. And they make it really easy to make your own block or use what's already there. Pretty much use what's already there, but you could also create like some custom blocks where you like can put blocks inside of other blocks and like drag those around or like reuse them on multiple pages and stuff like that. So get to know the block library. If you ever want to create a website really quickly, get up and running, I highly recommend WordPress. If it's going to be more of like a blog type of site, if you want to make like a whole bunch of like crazy things, like your own like really crazy different styling, then you might not want to use WordPress. You might want to create like your own from scratch, or maybe use another platform like a Drupal or something like that. Something that might make sense for you. I would, you could Google it or you could look on YouTube, and there's a lot of different people that say like what you can do to get your own website up and running. But I like WordPress just because it's very easy. It's just a few clicks to get up and running. All right. So, but I mean, it takes a lot of time to make it look the way that you want it to, so you can get something up and running with just a theme and like everything by default looking like a certain way. But if you want it to look, your way or have your styling and stuff like that, then it's going to take it might take a little bit of coding, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get it to the way you want. So here we can see the main Scratch page, and then here are the articles. So the way that it works, this is bringing in the blog posts that I create. So this page injects the posts down here. So let me go back over to WordPress and let's look at the posts section. So this is where I have like pretty much every article that I've been writing. And this is the one that I made yesterday, your first project, moving a character on screen. Like I said, I think I should number them. So the Scratch interface will be number 1. So let me edit that. And let's see how that looks. Let's see if that actually works the way that we're thinking. So I'll just put a number 1 there. Let's update it. Let's check it out on the main site. How does that look? Did it not update? It updated here, but it didn't update on the main page. So maybe that's because. Oh yeah, so this isn't even the title, so I shouldn't have done that. So 1 does not go here. Maybe it goes in like the title of the page, wherever that is. So I got to figure out how where it gets its title. So that might be in, and like I said, I'm not an expert at WordPress, so a lot of the stuff I'm figuring out myself here for the first time, or Googling, or so on. It's not going to be in categories. Maybe permalink? No. Let's go back to the posts. Here we go. The Scratch interface. Where does it get its title from? Maybe in the menu? Maybe that's how I set it up. So where is the menu? Appearance, menus. Okay, here we go. The web platform interface. How do I change its title? Oh, here we go. The navigation label. All right, so I'm going to make that one. The online, maybe I'll change it from web platform interface to online. The online Scratch. I don't want to call it the platform interface. The Scratch interface. Okay, so our second. So that's our first one. How do I save this? Does it just save automatically? Okay, there we go. Oh, there's a save menu button here. Okay, the second one, so I want to put a number on that. Number 2 is your first project, moving a character on screen. Okay, so let's save this menu. I think I'm satisfied with what we've just done. Now I can refresh, and the article is back to the Scratch interface. And now down up here in Learn Scratch, we have our numbers. So I think that makes more sense for someone just learning or just starting out, like knowing that they should probably go to the first thing first, or the second thing once they finish the first one. All right, so what did we say our topics were again? How to create a sprite and how to code 2 sprites. Okay, so let's do that. Let's work on that. So let's go back to our posts. And we're going to create the third one. And actually, maybe I want to number these 2, because otherwise it's going to get a little annoying to have to. Actually, maybe I should number them here, because all the posts are just mixed in together. So, I mean, maybe I could separate it by categories. I mean, no, I guess I can't. And maybe I could filter by categories. Computer science. Let's see if that filters out the computer science posts. Yeah, it does. So maybe it would make sense to number put the number on the title. Let me just search the post without any search criteria. I'm just worried that if I put the number up here, yeah, I don't really want the number to be on the actual page. So we'll come back. We'll come back to that. Let me go back to our posts, and let's create our new one, which is creating a sprite. So your first project, moving a character on screen. Number 3 is creating a sprite, or how to create a sprite. Let's start using those how-to, because I think that's the how-to titles, because I think that's how people are going to search for things. Potentially, I mean, that's how they should be searching for things on Google, like how to do X in Y. So how to create a sprite. And I really want to put how to create a sprite in Scratch, but obviously, I mean, I'm trying to think if that's just going to be a lot of like in Scratch on every single post, and if that's going to be like superfluous, or if it's going to actually make sense for Google, search purposes in Scratch. And then now I got to type. I mean, we'll leave it. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so now, how do you actually create a scratch.mit.edu? Let me put that up here in the navigation bar. So to create a sprite, a user has to click on this. They could hover their mouse over this icon, this choose a sprite icon. Now, what do you call this thing? Or what would be the best way to teach someone how to do that? So, I mean, maybe potentially taking a screenshot of just this bottom right area, and like putting an arrow in front of it, or pointing to the icon. Maybe that would make sense. Let me think. And I don't even know how to describe these things. Like, how do you tell someone to hover your cursor over the cat face with a plus sign to the right of it? Someone who's just using this interface for the first time is going to be like, where is that? I have no idea. So this is where like visuals will really help. I need to bring in pictures of the step-by-step process. So hover your mouse. Okay, so I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to take a screenshot of this, I believe. I believe that would make the most sense. So let me go with that, and let's take a screenshot of this area. We'll go. I want to make sure that we don't bring anything we don't want. I guess we'll go with that. All right, now I'm going to show this in the Finder, and this will be our choose sprite. Would I want to go through all the different things that there are? Choose a sprite, paint a sprite, surprise, or upload a sprite. And maybe I'll just call this the choose sprite toolbar, or the choose sprite options, whatever. We'll figure out a name for it. All right, let's close the Scratch interface. We don't need that. I want to add an arrow to that, so I'm gonna have to go into Google Drawings, but I don't think I'm logged into Google on this browser, so we're gonna have to use another browser, or maybe we'll start writing. Let's start. I'm trying to think of how to move a sprite. What did we call it? Okay, to start, characters on the stage in your projects are known as sprites. A sprite can have unique code instructions that it follows based on the events detected. Characters on the stage in your projects are known as sprites. Sprites is going to be my vocab word. And I mentioned yesterday that the vocab words I've been making them light blue, but I might have to change the color or use a different color, because light blue matches the motion palette, so that might confuse people. So characters on the characters in your I'll just say characters used. Characters in your projects, characters used in your projects are known as the characters used in your projects, in your project. Or how about a character? A character that is used in your project is known as a sprite. A sprite, a project may include dozens of sprites. Each project may include dozens of sprites. A sprite can have unique code instructions that it follows based on the events it detects as the user interacts with the program. Hopefully it's not too tricky. Characters that is a character that's used of unique code instructions that it each project may include dozens of sprites. Maybe not may include dozens of sprites. That sounds like you should have like 12 or more sprites. I would say maybe each project may include a few or many sprites. each sprite has its own unique code instructions that it follows, or that tell it what to do that control its behavior. Code instructions that tell it what to do, that control its behavior based on... Yeah, I think instead of that tell it what to do, I would say that control its behavior based on the events that... It beats the events it detects as the user interacts with the program. I'm okay with this for now, at least for version 1. Today, we'll be adding multiple... today we will see how to add a new... Actually, before that, I should say, every new Scratch project includes Scratch, the mascot for Scratch, for the programming language. Today we will see how to add a new sprite. Today we'll see how to... we'll just leave it as how to add a new sprite to our project. All right. So it's really just like step 1, click on this button. Or maybe before that, let's just say the sprite toolbar includes... Actually, the sprite toolbar icon, I should actually just, take a picture of that, a screenshot of that. We could use that. Yeah, we could use that. Let me remove the background. Remove BG. So remove BG is it's a way to remove the background of images automatically, and it uses AI and machine learning to do that, to figure out the best way to remove the background by what it detects in the picture. So yesterday when we were trying to remove the background for the little stop sign thing, but the image was a little bit too small and too blurry, and so it had trouble detecting the background. So we had to use another platform. I used Photopea, which is it's the online free version of Photoshop, basically. So here we go. We have remove BG, and now that we have this file, so this is going to be our sprite options. Okay, so we're going to drag that into our project in just a little bit. Okay, that's fine. Right here, the sprite toolbar icon. Let's inline image. Let's bring this thing in. Sprite options icon. Or the sprite options icon is located... Actually, I don't like putting parentheses because it's not really, you don't really see it there. Is located at the bottom right corner of the Scratch interface just below the stage, right? Is that how you would describe it? Or it's located in the Sprite toolkit or whatever this is called. And then underneath this image, I'll have the picture that I'm talking about, that I took, the screenshot I took before. The Sprite options icon is located at the bottom right corner of the screen, just below the stage. When you hover your cursor over it, you will have the option to choose a sprite. What other options are there? Paint a sprite. Get a randomly selected sprite, or upload your own sprites, or upload your own sprite image to your project. Okay, when you hover your cursor over the icon, you will have the option to choose a sprite, paint a sprite. I kind of want to bold them just to get import a random sprite. Nah, we'll go with get a random sprite. Or upload your own sprite's image to your project. Bottom right corner of the Scratch interface, just below the stage. When you hover your cursor over the icon, you will have the option to choose a sprite, paint a sprite, get a random sprite, or upload your own sprite image to the project. For now, select choose a sprite. Is that the exact wording? Choose a sprite, yes. Okay. Okay, so now I wanna insert that image, but I kind of want to like edit it just a little bit. So let me go into Chrome, or let me open up Drawings. So let me bring that in here. Let me make sure you could all see this. Right now the window's a little bit small. Okay, and I want to insert the appropriate image here that I'm going to edit just a little bit. So where did I save that? Choose sprite. All right, here it is. Let's bring this over. And now we want to we'll create an arrow here that, kind of makes it obvious what we're talking about. So I'm going to make that red so it stands out. Although, I wonder if there's a better color we should use, just because, if someone's colorblind, they'll see the arrow. Make that 2 pixels thick. Right? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, we'll go with that. So this is, we'll call choose a sprite. And let me download it as a PNG. And it'll end up in our downloads folder. Choose a sprite. So now we can bring that into our project as an image. And let me upload it. Downloads, choose a sprite. Okay. Looks a little big, so how do we make it smaller? Default style. What does rounded look like? Oh, let's go with default. Yeah, we're not trying. Actually, no, yeah, it cuts off too much. Though it doesn't look horrible. If I was to like center it, it wouldn't look horrible. But we'll just go with default. And we will choose its. Okay, here's where we could choose its dimensions a little bit. We'll go with this 50% version. So this is the. We'll write a caption and we'll say this is the sprite options icon. The sprite options icon. Should I capitalize the... Oops. Should I capitalize the T? No. Let's just keep it all lowercase. Okay. This how to create a sprite in Scratch. All right. Next. So the next paragraph is going to be... actually, let's make this a heading. So we're going to call this the sprite library. And we'll make this a heading of size 3. Make it bold. I think that's a good size. This one, I mean, that's the title, so I can't really do anything to that. But that's okay. The sprite library. So let's add another paragraph here. Let's add a... by the way, if you can hear the bird, that's because my mom's alarm is a clock that plays a different bird sound every hour. So every hour I'm streaming from here, you're gonna hear a different bird. All right. So when someone selects that that icon, it takes them to the sprite library where there are hundreds of sprites. So this I actually want to take a screenshot of just so I could, show what's going on here. So I want to take a picture that looks like this. Let me just make sure I get it the right size here. Okay. We'll use that and we'll call that the sprite library. Sprite library. Okay, so let's maybe we'll bring in the image and then we'll move it around if we need to. So sprite library, where is that? There it is. There it is, the sprite library. Has to look rounded. Nah, I don't like it rounded. I like the default. So this also probably should be a bit smaller. How about 75? 50 is 50 too small? 50 is okay. The caption will be the sprite library. The built-in sprite library. Okay. So now let's add a paragraph describing what happens now. So Scratch includes, are there hundreds? Is there more than 100? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we're already at 140. 21, 22, and we're halfway there. So there's definitely hundreds. The Scratch includes hundreds of available, hundreds of sprites to choose from. Actually, maybe it doesn't make sense to have two separate articles: how to create a sprite in Scratch and then how to add multiple sprites. I think that's what I said was the how to code two sprites, how to add another sprite. Maybe how to create a sprite sounds like you're making your own. Maybe how to import. How to add a sprite. How to add a sprite in Scratch. I mean, we'll eventually have the create a sprite later on. Okay, a character that is used in your project is known as a sprite. Each project may include a few or many sprites. Each sprite has its own unique code instructions that controls behavior based on the events it detects. Based on the events that it detects as the user interacts with the program. Every new Scratch project includes Scratch, the mascot, the cat mascot. The cat mascot for the programming language. For the platform. I should just say just the cat mascot. Today we will see how to use. Today we'll see. Should I even say today? Or, nah, maybe not today. Although it does sound kind of like maybe more warm or something. I'm just gonna write we will see how to add a new sprite to our project. Then we have the sprite icons option, the sprite options icon located at the bottom left. It's actually looking a little bit too big. Maybe we can make it a little smaller. Can't we? How do I like literally control its size here? Inline image, but are there no options for the image? 134. What if I make it 65? That looks fine. Okay, that works. It's located. When you hover your cursor over the icon, you'll have the option. You'll have the option to choose a sprite. Okay. For now, select choose a sprite. To choose hundreds of sprites to choose from to include in your own projects. To include or to add a sprite to your project, all you need to do is click on it in the library. Is that it, right? You just click on it and then the sprite shows up in the sprite list, I guess. Let me maybe I'll take a screenshot of that and also show that. And I kind of like the idea of like telling people like I think in the first article or second article I said like congratulations, you just created your first project. So I think I'm gonna always end my my posts with congratulations, you've just added. And this is probably going to be good for Google to maybe crawl and pick up, like, you know, hopefully help people find some of these things if they're Googling it. Congratulations, you've just added a new sprite to your project. And so, like, maybe I did a challenge, I think. Hold on, let me open up the website again and look at the thing I made yesterday. So, number 2, your first project, moving a character on screen. Okay. Make a prediction. So this was maybe I should call it like challenge. Let me go back to make a prediction. I know I'm like all over the place here. So we're going to save this draft. I'm going to go back to the to your first project, moving a character on screen. We're going to edit that. And instead of just saying like, you know, prediction, make a prediction, we're going to give it the heading challenge, make a prediction. So every didn't I say congratulations? Let me search for congratulations, you've just written your first line of code. Okay, so I said that somewhere in there. So I want to congratulate people as they accomplish different things. Your task to explore, challenge, make a prediction. So your turn. Your turn to explore. So maybe every single post will end with, your turn, something for you to try, and a challenge. We'll see. We'll see if that makes sense. So let's try to keep that consistent. Your turn to explore, challenge, make a prediction. So let's go back to our article. And so we're going to have your turn, or we'll just have the challenge. And let's convert this into a heading, an H3, and bold it. So their challenge will be try adding 2 new sprites to your project. Consider selecting a surprise sprite and seeing so the challenge is add more sprites. Okay, so challenge is add more sprites. Try adding 2 new sprites to your project. Consider selecting a surprise sprite and seeing what gets added. Maybe then import your own sprite into your project. Import an image. Or how about can you import yourself into a Scratch project? Okay. Congratulations, you've just added a new sprite to your project. Scratch includes hundreds of sprites to choose from to include in your own projects. To add a sprite, I'm saying to your project too many times. I'm just going to say, I'm going to remove that and say to add a sprite, all you need to do is click on it in the library. Select it, or select it in the library. Congratulations, you've just added a new sprite to your project. Let's bring that into this paragraph. And this thing, can I remove this? How do I remove this block? All right, let's I have a feeling that this is creating a huge space. Let's preview it and see if it shows us that there is a space. If not, then that's fine. Oh, and I don't like that they're all on the left. I think they should be centered. Congratulations, you've just added a new sprite to your project. But I think this space, where's it coming from? Is it? I guess maybe we're okay. Or maybe I'll just put in ASDF, move this down, and then delete it. How do I delete this thing? Why don't I see it? All right, let's just erase. Can you import an image of yourself into a Scratch project? To add a sprite, all you need to do is select it in the library. It will automatically get added to the sprite list under the stage. Now you can begin coding or writing code to control or to direct that sprite. Congratulations, you can begin writing code in the programming area to direct that sprite, or to give directions to that sprite. Congratulations, you've just added a new sprite to your project. Try adding two new sprites to your project. Consider selecting a surprise sprite and seeing what gets added. Can you import an image of yourself into a Scratch project? Okay, that's fine. Maybe I should also show what that looks like once you have a sprite. Once you import a sprite. So I'm trying to think if this is too big or unnecessary. I think it's okay. I think we could bring this in. Okay, let's use that picture also. Where is my there's my Chrome. So let's that was a screenshot, right? So this is the added sprite. Let me delete the this picture. We don't need to do that again. I'm gonna bring in this added sprite, and we're gonna make this a little bit bigger. That big. And we're gonna bring it to the front. Bring the arrow to the front. And here we're gonna say to delete a sprite, click on the, or maybe I could just say this is the sprite list. Why is that coming upside down? Sprite list. Let's go with red and maybe a little bit bigger, 30. Centered. That should work, right? We're centered. We have our sprite list, and there we go. Sprite list. Let's save this file, download it. So now it's in my downloads, and I can import it into my project. So that is going to be right over here. And this one I'm going to make an image, upload, added sprites. No, not that. That's not that. Sprite list. And I did say I want these to be centered, because right now they're all on the left. This one's a little bit too big, so let's go 50%. Is that too small? This one's 50. This one's 50. Nah, we'll go 50. We'll keep it consistent. Each sprite you add each sprite you add gets listed in the sprite list. Or in the sprite list area. No comma needed. Okay, so now how do we make sure that these come out centered? Because they're all on the left right now. Default style, no, that's not it. Maybe align center, that's it. Same thing with this one, align center, and this one, align center. I'm gonna hit publish. So I think it's good to go. Let me refresh the page. How to add a sprite in Scratch. It's kind of a nasty looking slug, but I'm gonna leave that because maybe that's what Google, when it crawls through the site, maybe that's what it'll. I know nothing about Google SEO, search engine optimization, so I'm just I'm guessing here, but you know, hopefully we're not too far off. But I could always change that later on. How to add a sprite in Scratch. Character, blah, blah, blah. Scratch includes hundreds of sprites to choose from to include in your projects. To add a sprite, all you need to do is select it in the library. It will automatically get added to the sprite list under the stage. Now you can begin writing code in the programming area to give directions to that sprite. Congratulations, you've just added a new sprite to your project. So after this, I actually want to see if I can bring in a video that I've made. So let me go to my YouTube channel, Mr. G Coding, and see if there's any videos that would make sense for me to bring in here. So let's go to videos, and what do I have publicly available? How to add a sprite. So this video is what I would want to bring. Let's copy the link and let's import it here. Maybe at the top, maybe the top would be the best place to add a video. All right, how do we add one? Insert before. There we go. And one of these should be YouTube. So what are my options here? Here we go. We can embed a YouTube video. Let's find that URL. Let's embed it. Oh, it came in all the way at the bottom. So why don't we make it well, first, can we make it smaller? It looks enormous. Or we'll align it center. Wide width, full width. Maybe we can't choose its size. Show block settings. Advanced. I guess it's just going to come up the width of the page, whatever it is. So let's, oops, I don't want to watch this video right now. I want to bring it to the front, or bring it to the top. So let's did I just erase that? There we go. Let's move to, how do we move this thing? Move to doesn't really work. Okay, here we go. I think, wait, is this? Why can't I do that? I wanted to get it to the top. I wish I knew how to. Oh, I could just use the arrows. Oh, I have to select move to. Whoops. In this video, I'm gonna. Okay, let's move to, and then with the arrows, if I just keep hitting up, I can move it to where I want it to go, and then I hit enter, and it moves it up. All right, so you know. That works. Okay, here's another thing I just created. Let's remove this block. There we go. How to add a sprite in Scratch. Let's update it. Let's go back to our website. Let's go back to the dashboard and the menus. Okay, so actually, I I feel like I messed that up. We'll go to the appearance, the menus, and we'll bring in that that post. It's a post called How to Add a Sprite in Scratch. Add to menu. Let's bring it up here and rename it to number 3. How to add a sprite in Scratch. Save the menu. Now if we look at our website, we go back to the front, go to Learn Scratch. Now we have the How to Add a Sprite in Scratch. I mean, maybe we don't need the in Scratch part. How to add a sprite. The reason I want to keep it is just because I want, if someone searches for it on Google, like, but maybe I don't need that. Maybe how to add a sprite. We'll see. We'll think about it. We'll probably remove that. So they have the video, and we have a whole little article that hopefully makes sense here. So I like that. I think I'm happy with what this looks like for now. I think the name of the game right now is to just keep creating articles. We want to keep pumping them out, and so on. So that was an hour. That took an hour to do. It's just a small little simple article, but you know, we'll go from there. Oh, wait, uncategorized. I might not have categorized it correctly. So these are like the little things that, you know, I want to make sure that categories, it's not uncategorized. It goes under Scratch. I mean, I guess that's it. Maybe sprites. Well, we'll put that in the tags, I guess. So it'll just be under Scratch. Yeah, I didn't use any of the palettes, so for tags, we'll do Scratch programming, Scratch coding, Scratch sprites, Scratch sprites. What else is there? Scratch MIT. All right, let's just go with those tags. That makes sense for now. Everything else I think is okay. So we'll update. And now on our website, there shouldn't be any uncategorized one. Okay, good. We have our Scratch events palette one. We have our recent posts. I guess we'll go with this. It's okay for now. All right, so 1 down, 1 million more to go. How to create a sprite, how to code 2 sprites. No, I mean once you know how to add one, you could add multiple. Well, let's trust people to be able to figure that out once they learn one. So maybe how to move a sprite makes sense, or might make sense. How to create a sprite, how to move a sprite. I could also make one on like how to, I mean, it's kind of like an edge. It's like a very specific case where like someone would want to import a picture and they don't know how to import a picture. So, you know, how to import your own image. That was one of the challenge. That was the challenge at the end, to add more sprites. But let's do. I guess let's next work on how to move a sprite. Now let me think of the topics that brings up. So that brings up the coordinate plane. So how to move a sprite, we have to talk about the coordinate plane. So let's start the post. So a new post. And this we'll call how to move a sprite on the stage. Maybe that'll be the heading. So let's think of the different headings we'll have, and maybe let's outline the post a little bit, and then figure out figure out some things. So let's create a heading H3 bolded, and so we're gonna talk about the coordinate plane. Let's create another heading. And what else do we need to talk about? The motion blocks. Motion blocks. that allow you to move a character. Okay, so we have the coordinate plane, the motion blocks. What else would someone need to know? When to move. So that could be based on an event. You know, the events. When sprites should move. Would when sprites should move be a good heading, or something better would be, hey Mark. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, no, today was this is a very late stream just because I was like I didn't get much sleep last night, and then like I was exhausted after work, so I took a nap, and I woke up like an hour and 15 minutes ago. So this is not a very great sleep schedule that I'm on, but thanks for stopping by, saying hi. Hope all is well. So how to move a sprite on stage, the coordinate plane, motion blocks, when the sprite should move. Is that what I want? Coordinate plane, motion blocks, when sprites should move, or moving sprites maybe. No. The motion blocks. Movement events? Maybe movement. Let's just go with when sprites should move. I came across something on Discord earlier today and reminded me of the stream yesterday. What did you come across? The coordinate plane. So this, insert after. We're going to insert something here. We're going to insert something after here. And we're going to insert something here, ASDF. So there's a lot to getting a sprite to move. The coordinate plane. They have a partner program where you can create a whole community and push your own branding on it. It's pretty cool. On Discord, like how many members do you need in your Discord first? And I wonder how like that community would run. Like running like a community on Discord, like what channels would be appropriate. And it gets pushed out on a public community tab where you can see the server. So Discord's partner program. Okay, so you need at least 500 members. This is required for server insights to track your progress toward applying to the partner program. Have at least 50 communicators, 100 participators per week. Having at least a 20% week one retention over a 8-week period. I don't know that I could get that many people. 500 people in a community for code. Well, maybe. I mean, I mean, I like Discord. I like what they're doing. I feel like they're, I mean, in like the professional world, Slack and Teams are really like competing against them. But, but maybe Discord is. I like their icons. It's nice. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, definitely to grow a brand, or once you get enough of an audience, I think like having a like starting to try to create a community where people are interacting with each other. Um, you know, if you have like courses or programs where people are like working together or interacting in some way, that's like huge for engagement and for growing too. Getting people. I think that's like a human like thing where getting people to join or feel like they're a part of a community is huge. Cause like just people in Twitter in like not Twitter but in YouTube comments, some of them are pretty. Some of them are toxic. Not really on my channel. I don't really have any toxic people posting, but um, it doesn't really foster a sense of community. Whereas on Discord, it definitely does. Like people help each other out. People answer each other's questions. People are asking questions and talking and stuff like that. And it's like live. Makes it better than like Reddit. Although on Reddit, it kind of makes sense for like specific articles or specific things. Can you hear a cricket right now? Because I hear a cricket in where I am, and it's like so annoying. I wonder if it's coming across on the screen on the stream. Even the insects are trying to use my stream to reproduce over here. Okay, where was I? We did this. All right, I'll just update. I hear it, but I thought it was from my window. Yeah, no, it stopped just now, but it's definitely here. It just stopped. I think it heard me. All right. How to move a sprite on the stage. Coordinate plane, motion blocks, when sprites should move. Or maybe detecting events. When should sprites move? No. When sprites should move is okay. Can't believe it's 1:40 a.m. and I'm over here writing how to use Scratch for beginners. This is fun. How many hours we have to go? 13 hours left. We're almost there. The coordinate plane. Okay. Scratch has a nice backdrop that kind of goes over the coordinate grid. Let's see if I could blow this up and then take a screenshot of it. So let's do that. All right, there we go. Yeah, wow, that cricket just stopped. What are the odds? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, so I'm gonna open up my here. I'm gonna bring in that screenshot I just took. Is it this thing? Yeah, this is it. Uh-oh. We'll go with that because this is more of a square than this is the coordinate plane. I mean, the video I made is really good on this, so. I mean, I'm biased, but I thought it was really good, so. So there we go. So now we could bring it into our project. The scratch stage is set up with a coordinate grid. Is set up with, or how about, no, hold on, let's see, locations on the scratch stage can be pinpointed by x, y coordinates. Or no, hold on. Not location, so exact. The scratch. Alright, I gotta think about how I want to say this. The scratch stage can be. No. I want to say, like, underpinning the scratch stage is a coordinate grid. But I feel like underpinning might be a word that's too advanced for someone reading this. The scratch stage. The position of sprites can be changed by determining its or can be determined by the way that coordinate grid to locate positions. Let's use that kind of wording. This. What did I just say? Locate position. Locate points. Each point. Any location. Any location. X, Y coordinates on that make up the scratch stage. Underlying the scratch stage. The position of sprites can be determined the scratch stage's coordinate grid contains, how about before I even say XY, by coordinates underlying the scratch stage. The scratch stage's coordinate grid contains two axes, X and Y. The x-axis runs from negative 240 up to positive 240. So maybe I should just put a plus sign to make it obvious. From left to right. The y-axis runs from, let's go from the, I guess from the bottom up. So it's from negative 180 up to positive 180 from the bottom up. The position of sprites can be determined by the coordinate system underlying the scratch stage. That makes up the scratch stage. The scratch stage's coordinate grid contains two axes, x and y. Oh, there's that cricket again. The scratch stage's coordinate grid contains two axes, x and y. The x-axis runs from negative 240 up to positive 240 from left to right. The y-axis runs from negative 180 up to positive 180 from the bottom up. So let me insert, I think here's the appropriate place to insert the image that I just created. So let's open up the coordinate plane, I called it. Once again, we'll make it a little bit smaller. Oh, that is so annoying. Oh, crickets. Story of my life. Why can't I caption it here? Okay, so let's yeah, it's good, right? Why is it so far underneath, though? I guess that's right. I guess that's how. Oh, because I put a bunch of spacing underneath the. I left some spacing underneath the grid here. Now let's just make sure that it's aligned center. So that's going to be in the center of the page. And I think I can make a video. I have a video, sorry, that I created that I can embed here. The coordinate plane. Copy link. And that goes over, where are we? Here. Add YouTube. Here's the video. Embed it. Center it. I don't think there's anything else I can control. Can I control its height, width, anything like that? I guess I could add classes. I mean, because of this class that it has, I can I could do some CSS and make it like a certain height or something. And add that to the bottom down here. But we're just going to leave it for now. Because that could present other issues or problems where I have to... Then I have to make sure that... Oh, wait. Is that how you make it? No. Oh, whoops. I think I just messed up this image. Thumbnail center. Oh, no. 50%. Alright, let me just undo. What did I do? There we go. I think we're good. Let me preview this, see what it looks like right now. It's okay. Okay, so this kind of works. I don't like how big the YouTube video is, but I can't do anything right now. What does it look like on mobile? That's important. How to move. Oh, that looks ugly. I wonder if that's because it's being screwed up by... it's being messed up by this simple CSS box. Maybe it looks okay. We'll have to test it out in real life. Once I finish this post, I'll check it out. Okay, so... How do I get out of this view? Okay. The motion blocks. All right, so what are the motion blocks that we need to bring in here? Wow, I see some dropped frames here. So even at this location, I have some lag. Not too many, and the stream hasn't completely collapsed, but you know, I guess it's not perfect here either. So just do the best we could do here. So the motion blocks, that's how we move our sprites. Actually, we need a sprite in order to be able to see the motion blocks. So we have the move, turn. I think I wrote this yesterday in yesterday's video. I wrote down the blocks that I would recommend to someone. We have the move, turn. No. Turn doesn't move the character. We'll just have the move, the go to random position, glide, change X, change Y, set X, set Y. Oh my goodness, that cricket is going to be the end of me. Okay, so let's make some of these blocks. Scratch. No, we'll do scratch blocks.github.io. There we go. And now we can start making some of these things. So we're going to have the move steps. Okay, let's export that. So we have the move, we have the go to random position, move, go to XY. That's probably the most important one. Well, based on what we just went over. Go to XY. Move, go to XY. Glide. Glide. Is it seconds? Sex. The 2 XY. 2 XY. There we go. Maybe we should put the 2 in there. Or should we leave it blank? 1 sec. 1 second. Glide 1. Okay, we got the glide. We need now. Okay, so now the change X, change Y by. Change X, change Y by. Change X by. Is that what it looks like? Change X by. Yep. So we'll save this one. We'll change Y by. And the last 2 I want to bring are set X2. Set X2 and set Y2. Alright, so there. I think I have all of the motion blocks that I wanted to cover in my so far. Alright, so where were we? Here we go, the motion blocks. Actually, before we even start using them, we have to kind of edit them a little bit. Because right now, in their current state, we, I believe... Have you ever considered using Linux? Yes, Vinny. I literally just installed Ubuntu 20 point whatever it is, the most recent one, on my old MacBook Air, which I have upstairs actually. So there was a reason I installed it. I was trying to run something that would just run in the background on an old computer, so I wouldn't have to like monitor it or anything. But I mean, I'd be comfortable using Linux, I think. At least Ubuntu. It looks pretty much like Mac OS. How's it going, by the way? Very late night stream here that we're working on here. Move steps. We'll use that. So this is the move block. And I apologize in advance for the cricket that is annoying my life right now. It's just making my life miserable. So let's get the move steps block. What's next? The go to random position block. I just started looking at Linux, never seen it much before, and doing good, waiting to upgrade the PC with the new NVIDIA cards. Gotcha. What new NVIDIA cards? Are you talking about like the... Didn't they just announce like the 3080 or something like that? What is it? NVIDIA? I saw something like that in the news. Yeah, the 3090 here. The leaked specs. .3090 Trinity. I want to see what the graphics look like with this thing. Comes out Tuesday, the 90 and the 80. How much? It's got to be like $1,200 or something, right? And the TI one. Were they creating that? Look at that. Supposedly 80 is 800, 90 around 14. Yeah, 1400. There's no TI version, just the RTX 3090. Price is not 100%. When did they announce it? Tuesday? This is all leaks or something? The exact speed. Come out later probably. Right now in my in the computer I built in 2011, I had an what was it? GeForce 550 Ti. That's what I had. That was the last thing I ever well, in the computer I built back in 2011. How much is this thing worth now? Like 40 cents? There's a countdown of Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, it's so old, people wouldn't even touch this with a pole. I don't think anyone would even take it for free. Yes, this is some OG stuff. My MacBook, my iMac, the one I just got, has the, it's AMD, Radeon 5700. I didn't get the XT one, though. So it has this. But I don't really game on computers anymore, so... I was really just hoping this is going to be good enough for if I do some video editing, when I export it'll be fast enough, and like, you know, I'm really not gaming on this Mac. Actually, right now I'm on my MacBook Pro, but my iMac I'm probably not going to be gaming on it. Man, I really do miss gaming. The more I talk about it, the more I miss like playing something, especially a first-person shooter. Yeah, the 5700 has 8 gigabytes. The XT, the 5700 XT had 16, but I probably should have just gone for it, but I don't know why I like chickened out at the end, or maybe not chickened out, but I just didn't think too deeply. I just selected the one. Let me just show you. Mac. I just selected the one over base and I was like, all right, that should be enough. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, so I selected this one. I should have just gone for it and just spent the extra 200 on the for 16 gigabytes and I would have been like absolutely fine probably for like the next 6 years on that thing. Yeah, well, when I export, that like eats away. It just like on my MacBook Pro, I only have 2 gigabytes of video memory on the MacBook Pro, and it just eats that up in an instant. So I figured 8 would be good enough, but I should have just gone with Yeah, I know, but I'm used to Macs now. I'm a Mac guy now. And actually, I gotta make this. I think I'm gonna have a problem here. We'll use this. It might be smaller. Oh no, I'm gonna have different sized things. I could have ran PC, ran Linux, and run Mac. I could actually dual boot Windows on the iMac, but I really have no reason to use Windows anymore unless I was like gaming again. And I'm pretty sure the 5700 is probably fine for most games that I'd be playing anyway. It's not like I'm playing like professionally or competitively with like, needing like a 244 hertz, 240 hertz like monitor or anything like that or anything. So I do have the option, but I don't know. I guess if I was gonna get back into gaming for real, I would probably just build a new PC because I haven't built one in forever, in like 9 years. So. But I can't see myself getting back into gaming or making a PC just to play games because I try to be more productive now. I've used my 970 up to this day with old card. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure with this iMac. Well, the iMac I have at home, I'll be fine for a while. Plus, I planned on handing it down to my girlfriend. I think that's what the big reason I held off on getting the XT and just saving the $200 is that I'm probably just gonna give it to my girlfriend in a couple of years. Hey Ryan, you guys are up late. The PC Master Race. Yes. Well, I'm a Mac guy now. I never thought I would be, but my life changed when I got my MacBook Air back in the day. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I gotta bring back that thing I deleted. No, that's not it. Is it? No. I'm worried that is going to be too tall. What's this look like? Alright, you know what? I know what I need to do. Move. Where is it? Move steps. So we have to re-download this again. And what we're going to do is we're going to put them all on 1 to make sure that they're all the same height. What have you guys been playing lately on PCs? What have you been playing, Ryan? Because so I was exhausted after work, and then I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. And I took a nap. I'm actually at my parents' house. I took a nap, and then I woke up like, I don't know, an hour, like a little bit, close to 2 hours ago. So then I was like, oh no, not that I forgot to stream, but I didn't get a chance to stream because I was taking a nap. So So I decided to stream because we need to get to 60 hours, Ryan. Doom Eternal, best FPS I played in a while. Oh my goodness, I played Doom 3 back in, I think it was 2004. That game was so scary. Like, I would play with like the lights off and literally, yeah, 2004. This game was so much fun and so scary. I mean, it probably looks horrible now, but at the time, it like literally would scare the living you know what out of me. So scary. Forza Horizon. Yeah. Someone else was mentioning that. I think Mark was saying before that Xbox Game Pass is cheap. Also can't see you can't see the other person's messages? That's weird. I wonder why. Maybe Ryan, are you on your CTEA account? Maybe that's why. Maybe they like don't allow people to see your comments or something. Doom Eternal is one of the most masculine adrenaline games. The music, yo, Doom. If Doom Eternal is anything like Doom 3, I mean it's probably like Doom 3 like times a million. Does it have a single player or is it just does it have a multiplayer? Hold on, let me see it. Doom Eternal 2016. Oh wait. Released March 2020. Okay, so it just came out a few months ago. You mostly play the single player, yeah. Is it like really, really, really scary? Like if you play like at night with like headphones on, lights off? That's really weird, Ryan. I don't know, Vinny. I don't know why you can't see Ryan's comments. It's not scary at all? Or, you're just a tough guy over here? I'm telling you, I would play Doom 3 and like I would literally like freak out. It makes you feel powerful. I don't know. That thing would get my adrenaline running. Gotcha. Well, Doom 3 was more like scary or like trying to scare you. So trying to make you jump a lot. So there was like a lot of times where like something's coming and you just don't know when it's coming and then it just like makes you jump like crazy. Doom Eternal. I'm sure the graphics are probably like sick also. Why am I getting emails at 2 a.m? Insurgency Sandstorm. What is that? Insurgency Sandstorm. Team-based tactical FPS based on lethal close quarters combat. Came out a couple years ago. Do you play with like randoms or do you and your friends all play, Ryan? Mark plays Destiny 2. Gotcha. I never got into Destiny. I mean, I never got into those games because I didn't have an Xbox One or a PS4. Listen to BFG Division Doom Eternal. Awesome. What is that? BFG Division Doom Eternal. Gotcha. No one plays Unreal anymore, right? Unreal Tournament. What's the last one they released? Because I played Unreal Tournament, the first one. So this was absolute amazing game. Then Unreal Tournament 2004 came out. I actually left that at CTEA. We played it at CTEA 2004. Me and Demella, we installed it on like every computer, and then we played a few games with like 20-something students. This was so much fun. Oh my goodness. It's a hyper-realistic hardcore shooter. Insurgency Sandstorm. I'll have to like look at some YouTube videos of it or something running. It nails the balance between realism and fun. What about Quake? Quake 3 was the other one that I loved when I was a teen. Quake 3 Arena. This game is just unreal. I mean, it was really good. The Unreal one was unreal. That was awesome too. Oh my goodness, I miss those days. It's a lot of like fun memories playing these games. I moved to my PC and now I can see the other person's chat. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't see it before. Move steps. So that one I got. Go to random position. I got that. Okay. So I could delete this. Let's drag this one in here. What is popular now is Valorant. Yeah, I saw Valorant and Fall Guys. Have not heard of Fall Guys, but I've heard of Valorant. I've seen it a little bit too. Kind of reminded me of this other game called like Shadowrun that came out on like Xbox 360 a while ago. So this was the go-to. Yeah, I could delete that. My brother was playing Fall Guys and falling just now. Fall Guys. What is this? What are people playing? What is this thing? It's like Mario Party. Looks like a kiddie game. Battle Royale game developed by... Yeah. Just talking about this stuff makes me want to play some games again. I've been so good at like not playing games and like wasting time. Although it's not, I mean, it's a waste of time, but it's not a waste of time. Like if you're having fun, if you're enjoying it, but I try to be more productive these days. But I do miss it when I talk about it because there's a lot of fun memories that I have playing games. Silly Battle Royale. Some of my favorite games are Witcher 3, Skyrim, Battlefield 3, that kind of stuff. Yeah. My first Doom game, Doom Eternal, definitely up there. So I think, speaking of Doom, if that was your first Doom game, I remember playing the original Doom on like my Windows 95 computer. If you want to go back, if you want to go way back. Can we make this wider? Let's go 5 inches here. No. Okay. Let's see if 5 is wide enough. I don't like how it stretched everything out. No, I haven't played, and damn. No, yeah, I remember my friend, like, we installed it on my like Windows 95 computer with like floppy disks. He brought his like floppy disks over, like that. Like that's how long ago we played that stuff. Doom, and I think it was like 2 discs. If I remember correctly, I think it was 2 discs. Yes, this is it. It was something like this. Yeah. So these things used to hold 1.5 megabytes. So sometimes if you installed a game or played something like, with a floppy disk, you would need like multiple. I mean, people literally used to install like Windows with like multiple floppy disks. You use floppy disks in the game to play soundtracks. That's crazy. Oh, maybe it was more. Maybe it was more disks. I can't remember, but I remember the floppy disks. And then I remember when we started playing. Oh my goodness, what was it? We played some like Comanche, I think it was. A game. I remember he like brought a CD-ROM over. Comanche game. Yes, it was something like this. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yo, you want to go? Oh my goodness. We used to play this game. It was like a helicopter game called Comanche. Yes. Oh, this is crazy to see. Came out in 1992. And my friend came over and we were playing it in 1996. So it was an old game then, but it looked awesome for us. Did you ever play Age of Empires 3? I have a really funny story about Age of Empires 3, Ryan, if you want to hear it. I don't know if I should say this on the stream. Not that, I mean, who cares? Who's listening, right? Age of Empires 3, when I was in college, I had managed to like pirate it like a month before it came out or something. Like I think it like people were like sharing it on our college like server or whatever, and I was like resharing it. And yes, it wasn't the FBI. It was like somehow like it got sent to the I don't know, the school's like internet division or something, and they shut off my internet, and then I was like, I didn't know why my internet was like not working, but they sent me a letter. I didn't know why my internet stopped working everywhere on campus, and then they sent me a letter, literally the same day, and they were like, if you want to reinstate your internet, you have to meet with this person, and you have to pay like $25 or whatever, and if you do it, if you pirate, and they even said like you were pirating Age of Empires 3, and we received a DCMA takedown notice or whatever it's called, and yeah, so that was my Age of Empires 3 story. Yep, 2005. It was enough to scare me where I was like, oh, and I was actually, it wasn't $25, it was $50. And I was like, a broke college kid, and I was like, oh my gosh, like now I got to tell my parents I got in trouble. I got caught pirating a game that I don't even care about, and I have to pay $50 to get my internet back. That's the first PC game you ever played? That's so cool. Wow. What year was it? What year did you play it? Okay, so when you were 11. So what was that, like 3 months ago, Ryan? I'm just kidding. I kid. My first game, it must have been Doom. No. My first game ever. Wait, first PC game. Yeah, it might have been Doom. But like my first game ever was probably an SNES game. I think it was like Super Mario. My cousins had an SNES, Super Nintendo, and so they would let me play. My first was probably Pokemon on Game Boy. Yes. It's so funny how everyone has like their own stories for specific games. Like, what are the odds that Ryan would mention Age of Empires 3 and that I would have a story about it? I guess it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Why is this not? Okay, there we go. So yeah, Ryan, don't pirate games. That's the lesson I would say. But at the time I was a broke college kid and I didn't want to spend money on games. And it was just so easy to share them and pirate them that It you know, I guess as you get older, you realize that if you could afford it, you might as well just buy it and like not have to deal with the headache of like pirating and all that stuff, and maybe getting in trouble or having your internet shut down, or use a VPN. There you go. I cannot condone it, but I will say once you get older, you could if you could pay for it, pay for it. All right, that was lucky. Got that one there. It's so easy to pirate games now. Oh my goodness, what are we talking about over here? What am I promoting? I guess it's 2:30 in the morning, so so when we were in college, we used to use this software called DC++. Do people still use that? Yeah, this is what it was called. So the Direct Connect File Sharing Network. It was basically like anything you wanted to download. Everyone in college was like sharing and like downloading stuff on DC++. I really wonder if people still use it. They haven't updated in 2 years, so maybe not. But on college campuses, this is back in the day, back in the mid 2000s. This was it. This is how you downloaded music, movies, everything, games. Okay, change Y by. Let's bring that in here, and let's delete it from here. Whoa, what happened? Oh no. I shouldn't have done that. I think I deleted it too early. All right, so let's delete that and bring it back in. Change Y by. I buy most of my games now. Yeah. I mean, now pretty much everyone's like downloading. I mean, they're pretty much all digital, so it's just like it's kind of just easy to just buy it, and a lot of games are also free to play too, right? Why is this thing disappearing? A lot of games are free to play now, and like that didn't exist. Like, I think the first one that I even knew about was League of Legends. That's how we all got hooked on it. All right, can I finally delete it from my computer without seeing it disappear? Okay, I think we're good. Yep, with some, oh my goodness. Those loot boxes, like the stuff they do is just insane for getting people to spend money. And people do. They spend more money than they would have if they just paid like $60 for a game. It's definitely an amazing business model. Like paying for like, skins and costumes and whatever. It's just unreal. It's amazing that people will buy it. People will spend a lot of money even on free to play games. Oh yeah, I left CTA 2 years ago. April 2018. So what do you mean, Ryan? Will I ever go back to like teach at CTA, or will I ever go back like just to visit or like be there in person? Because I've gone back to visit a few times. Set X2. I mean, you never say never, but I don't think I'll go back to teach. But I mean, I'm not against going back to teach. The issue with teaching is just that it's extremely stressful and for not a lot of pay. Yeah, thanks, Vin. Yeah, so now I train teachers to teach computer science to students. So I'm still in the Department of Education. I just work in a different department now. But my life is like not stressful at all anymore. I mean, it's not stressful because of work, and I get paid more, so it's kind of like a win-win. So that's why I ended up leaving because of. I mean, it was nothing against. The opportunity came up, and I just decided to take a chance, and it was. I'm glad I did. Thank you, Vin. Didn't I already put the move steps? Whatever, we'll have two of them then. Yeah, I mean, I liked being in the classroom. I enjoy being around like students, asking questions, like learning, getting people interested in stuff about like science or computer science or whatever it is. So I enjoy that. It's like a lot of fun for me, but it was a lot of stress also, and there's a lot of annoying stuff when you're a teacher. Things you have to do that, you know, that are like part of your job responsibility. It just never. The thing about teaching is that when you're teaching, it's like if you want to be like decent, you don't work from like 9 to 5. You're literally always thinking about the next lesson. About you have to grade, you have to plan, you have to, you know, there's just a lot of work that people don't see and don't appreciate that teachers do. You know, I was literally going in at like 6 in the morning and like leaving at like 6 at night a lot of days, like, and making it. I mean, when you look at the hourly, with how much work, and then I would go there at 6 in the morning, get home at like 6 at night. I'd be exhausted from commuting or traveling. And then I'd have to like start planning the next day's lesson. And if you teach more than one class, you know, you got to plan different lessons. You got to fix up lessons that you did last year, or you got to like figure out what you're going to ask, how you're going to ask it. You have to make a lesson plan. You have to, you know, create a homework assignment or something. And then I was like making videos, and then it was just like, there was just a lot. It just like, it's just nonstop, always on your mind. And it was like very stressful. But I mean, at the same time, I loved it. I loved being around, you know, young minds. That you guys were amazing. It's the DOE who makes the teachers and students' lives miserable. I wouldn't say it's the DOE, Ryan. I would say it's just the way that the education system has been set up and like run for like over 150 years probably, where it's like, you know, test taking and everyone in every grade is like the same age, and then like, you know, you're forced to take certain subjects and all that stuff. And it's not like, it doesn't leave a lot of room to experiment and like do different things and try out new things and discover what you're interested in. So not a lot of students do, you know. I think it actually turns off students from education. Like, why would, you know, if you have to, like, let's say you don't like math, you know, or you don't like algebra, let's say, you know, maybe naturally you would be, maybe like, let's say you want to like, how do I put this? I guess the way I would say it is when you're forced to do things, it's hard to enjoy that enjoy the fact that you're doing them, and it's hard to enjoy them, unless the teacher makes it interesting, unless the teacher finds connections to what it is that you have to learn, and like, you know, makes it exciting and interesting to kind of like learn about. But like, you know, if you just get like, if you have to learn something because the teacher has to prepare you for an exam, it can get really annoying. I don't know, Ryan. I don't know about the drama and stuff like that, but I like Levine. He's a good guy. Like anatomy, I found it interesting, but couldn't slow down and appreciate instead of just crushing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. That's another thing. It's like the education system isn't set up to like understand and really like retain the stuff that you're remembering for an exam. Like I know for me, like the second I was done with an exam, my brain just like flushed everything out. And like, what's the point of learning if it's just like, you know, I mean, I would say that exams have gotten better in terms of like not being just all memorization, but I think people still, like our society still values memorization and thinking that that's what makes people smart. If you could like, if you have a 4-year-old that can like name every country in the world, that they're actually smart. And I don't know, the way we measure intelligence, the way we like value certain skills, it's just annoying when, you know. So like part of me doesn't like that aspect of the education system. But at the same time, it's like, what's the alternative? Like every student like just, goes to a room at like 8 a.m. and then they just like hang out all day and like try to figure out what they're going to want to learn. I don't know. There must be a better way though. You should have taken me for APCSP during sophomore year. Sorry, I'm sorry, Ryan. Did you get to end up taking it though with Ahmed? So it was. I will say this. It was. I wanted to get more girls into computer science, especially during sophomore year, because I didn't want them to not like to get to senior year and not even be interested in it at all. I wanted them to get that experience, and I knew that the boys would end up getting the experience anyway. They would definitely get it by senior year. Whereas the girls, we see like a drop off in like, females in tech and computer science. So I wanted to make sure that any girl that was applying, because there were so few of them, like I wanted to make sure I got them in there. That's awesome, Ryan. So I guess we were probably very similar in that we like being around computers, working with computers, doing things with computers, and maybe like learning how to code and do stuff like that. I've always like enjoyed being I've always felt comfortable and enjoyed being on a computer, like doing whatever on a computer. Like, I don't know, that's just the way I guess I work. All right, so now how do I do this? I guess I'll just delete everything. And then undelete it. So let's file, download, and this is going to be the go to random move block. Go to random. So now we'll undelete. Oh no. I still remember when you gave me the talk when I didn't get in. I don't remember the talk, Ryan. I don't remember the talk that I gave you. But that was the reasoning. I wanted to make sure that all the girls that were like, because there really is so few girls in computer science in college and in tech, that I wanted to make sure that they had like a priority. And plus CTA was like 75% boys. So it's like, I wanted to get as close to as many girls as possible. I was between a tech-related major and bio, and I tried for nursing and ended up in bio. Never got to explore tech though because college. Yeah, so it's tough when you're like going on the journey and you don't know what you're interested in, you don't know what you like, you don't know what job you're gonna want to do, where you're gonna want to work. It's really hard. Like that's another thing I don't like about the education system. Like, you guys all graduate college, and then you're 17, 18 years old, you get thrown in a room and asked to pick a major, basically, or figure out what you want to study that's going to affect everything about the rest of your life. And it's like, how do we do that? How do people, I don't know. All right, let me delete these now. Paste that. So this is going to be the glide. Glide 2XY. It's like, the problem is like, and I don't know.
it's there's no easy solutions. Like no matter what you come up with, it's gonna be controversial. So yeah, I know it's stressful, Vinny. It's like I'm sorry to hear, and this is why you try to get away from it all, like playing games. Not that this is why you play games, because games are fun, but having an outlet is good. Getting away from this stuff is from the stress of the way that the way that education works. Glide 1 sec 2. Okay. I mean, what is going on with this project? There we go. Set Y2. Let's do that one. All right, that looks okay. Oh no, actually it does not look okay. Let me just bring everything back. Like even now I'm a senior, I have no clue where I'm going to end up. And that's how it is, Vinny, and that's okay. The problem is not knowing where you're going to end up and not knowing what you like doing and not knowing what you're doing is okay. But the problem is that you keep getting pushed forward, and after you finish this year, yeah, that's what it is. You're on a conveyor belt. That's exactly like what I'm thinking. You're on this conveyor belt. You've done your 4 years. Now you're gonna be you're gonna get the boot, and they're gonna expect you to continue on and figure out your life. And if you're successful, the college wants to take credit. You went to whatever college, and they're like, you're the alumnus that they prepared, so on. But what I'm trying to get at, I guess, is that I don't like the way that the whole system is set up. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, in a very roundabout way. Oh, I guess I can't go shorter. No. And I don't know what the solution is. I think so. I guess the solution is everyone's on their own for figuring it out. Every person has to figure it out on their own. Some got lucky because maybe they chose a major that is worth something when you graduate. So let's say you majored in finance, or majored in computer science. That's going to be valuable. So you might have accidentally chosen the right major to make. To get a good job or to make a bunch of money coming out of college. Whereas maybe, you chose philosophy as your major because you were interested in it. You wanted to learn about philosophy. You wanted to read about logic and debating and all that stuff. And then, or thinking about thinking. And now now when you graduate, that degree is pretty much worthless. You could have learned everything that you learned over the last 4 years just by reading books on the side, for fun. And now you have a degree that no employer is going to be oh, we need more philosophy majors. So it's and you will have paid the same amount of money that someone who got a computer science degree got, the same amount of money that someone who got a finance or economics degree. And now you have a degree that's basically worthless. So yes, Ryan, I still do crypto. I think crypto is the future. So feel free to ask questions, although some of them I may not be able to answer. That's another thing. I mean, the thing that they don't teach in school that everyone complains about but no one fixes is teaching students how finance works, how the financial system works, how money works. How to save money, how to invest money, how to make money with money by investing. A lot of economics, unless you get lucky and you got into those classes or, you knew the teacher or something or whatever, you don't learn these things and then you're really worse off for it. So you're not in a great position. Most people probably aren't in great positions as a result. Oh my goodness, what are you guys getting me to talk about over here? It's almost 3 a.m. and I'm talking about the education system and stuff like that. All right, how could I best do this? Life Lessons 101, yes. How am I going to export these things one by one without messing it all up? 1 million YouTube views. The thing is, it's also hard, like, you know, I've had conversations with students where it's like, you know, I'm giving them like life advice and stuff, but sometimes it's like they might not be ready to understand what I mean when I say the things that I'm saying, you know? Nice, Ryan. I first heard of it in 2012 and got a little bit into it in 2013 and then went pretty much all in 2016. But back then it was like worthless. Like we didn't know what it'd be worth in the future. Oh, you did? Wow, Ryan. You shouldn't have cashed out. You'd have like probably like $70 right now instead. I made a couple of Bitcoin videos and I was gonna make more, but then I like took a break from the channel. Yeah, I know. And I was using it in 2014, 2015 when it was around $250. I was using it to do certain things online. We were playing poker, and it was easy to use that instead of like trying to figure out like bank account stuff. Poker is probably the greatest game ever. It teaches you everything you need to know about life. Just saying. All right, what am I doing with this thing? I think I just need to make a whole bunch of new ones, new drawings. All right, I'm just gonna have to make a whole bunch. Yeah, so I mean, I would recommend to everyone have at least a little bit of exposure to crypto because it is, I really do think it's going to be the next gold, pretty much. Vinny, by the way, your son Rakib, him and his friends were interested in crypto or asking me a bunch of questions back in the day about it a couple of years ago. What is my 4.81? Wait, 4.79, 1.04, 4.71, 4.79 was it? It's 4.79. Yes, 4.79. $4.79. I have like 1K in Robinhood in some, not crypto. Okay, so you picked like individual stocks, I'm guessing? 4.71. $4.71. 4.71. I would recommend, if you can, to buy index funds and not pick stocks. Like, I don't really recommend picking stocks to anyone. So, for example, the VTSAX index fund is the one that I recommend. So this gives you exposure to the entire stock market. The thing is that like we have no idea. Like let's say Apple right now. Apple is like around 500 ish, right? Yeah, S&P 500 is probably fine. Also, you want to have like exposure to like a lot of different things. I don't like trying to pick a winner. It's like trying to pick a horse in a race. And the thing is, you don't know if like the horse is gonna die right before the finish line. You know, so like for example, like Apple right now is like around 500 with like a $2 trillion market cap, but we have no idea if Apple is gonna get destroyed in like 30 years. Like Apple's gonna go to like literally like zero in 30 years because, you know, some new company comes out, Orange, that just cleans house, you know. Or same thing with Amazon. Like it's hard for us to think about like, hey, like one day Amazon might not be a thing, you know, or Tesla or whatever. Name your company. Like picking individual stocks is really tough. So I'd rather just have exposure to the entire market and just bet on the economy, or, you know, whatever you want to call this, because it is good to have. It's good. Like you really should be investing and not saving. Saving doesn't really. Look at you, Ryan, with Ethereum too. Ethereum is the other one. So I'm a huge proponent of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Ethereum is my biggest holding, actually. Traded Bitcoin and Ethereum. Look at you. That's awesome. Yeah, I think Ethereum and Bitcoin are going to be, especially Ethereum, I think has like the most potential to, has the most upside still available. Right now it's at 400-ish. So if you want to know when I started to get in, here, just to give you a taste, it was back in March of 2016 for Ether. One of my friends told me about it, and I looked into it, and I asked my other friend about it, and he was like, "This is the future, bro." And then I was like, okay, that's what I need to hear. So I got in. It was like around 10-ish. Yeah, so March. Yeah, right around here. And I've been buying all the way. But you know, if we want to talk about like legacy finance and like systems and investing, I would say crypto is a speculative play, where you're gonna, you know, it definitely has more potential, but there is more risk. Whereas I think that doing something like this, the legacy finance system, like investing in the total stock market index fund, this isn't going to disappear overnight, and this is going to still be here 100 years from now. And I think crypto will overtake it. Like people will use crypto like for all this stuff in the future. So that's why I'm heavily invested in it. But I don't know if I would call it investment either. I would say it's more of a gamble that I think has a very good chance of paying off. 4.71. The issue is that our money system is getting destroyed. And I hope I don't sound like the value of the dollar is getting destroyed. And I hope that I don't sound too pessimistic, or I sound like a conspiracy theorist or some like crazy dude with a tinfoil hat saying that dollars are worthless, but they're getting there. It's losing its value because of inflation. And a lot of people don't notice or don't know that that's happening. Which is why putting in the bank isn't a great idea. You should really be investing it, because especially with what the Fed's doing, the Federal Reserve, they're making sure that the economy, the stock market doesn't collapse, because people think that the stock market is a great gauge of how the economy's doing when it isn't. But they're going to make sure that all that money that's in there isn't going to, what will happen is that as the dollar devalues, asset prices go up. So all those stock prices go up, real estate prices go up. So it looks like you have more money, but the reality is that your money is just worth less. But still, it's better to, look like you have more money than to actually have less dollars. Yep, absolutely. I think crypto is everything. So, anyone that asks, not financial advice or financial recommendations, but I would recommend having at least 1% to 5% of crypto in your portfolio. And I mean, I think Bitcoin prices. Hold on, this is an article. So here's something. Winklevoss 500K. I'm gonna post this article in the chat. This is here's something finance, right? So this is something that I got into only just like starting in like 2016ish, right? And before then, I had no interest in economics, in finance, in any of that. And then I started to get into it. I started to get interested in it, and then I started learning about it and reading about it, and it just became like it was very. Actually, this was another book that helped. Simple Path to Wealth. I started thinking, you know what? I'm sick of like. I want to know how people make money with money, and that was like the question that I asked. And I read this book, and this started me off on that. Yeah. Ryan, like a lot of old people, like the old legacy financial system people, like bankers and stuff, they all think it's like a scam, a Ponzi scheme or whatever. It's not. And a lot of them, once they really start learning about it, then they start becoming convinced. But it just takes time. It takes time for people to understand that this is the future, and I think this is gonna replace gold. It's a better gold. Bitcoin is a better version of gold. It's a better monetary system. Has a better monetary theory behind it, in my opinion. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I suggest betting on it and having exposure to it. Okay. Go to XY. Did I do all these? Go to XY. Okay, I guess I did. Go to random position. Move steps. So I have that. Yes, move steps I have here. Okay, so I think I'm good. What did you say about the price of Bitcoin? I missed what you said. So, I mean, I don't want to say what the price is going to be. Like, it's hard for me to... No one knows what the price is going to be. But I'm more interested in what the technology allows people to do and how the technology works. And I think a monetary supply should not be able to be like changed or controlled by governments the way that it has been. Because that's when, I mean, they're going to look out for themselves and for like really rich people and not, regular people. And like half the country right now doesn't own any stocks, doesn't own any assets that will go up in value if like inflation is occurring. So a lot of people think, because they haven't been taught, because they haven't studied this, they think, oh, like I should just save money and put it in the bank. And that's good. Like, I should have at least $500 in my bank account. And little do they know, their money is being devalued little by little because a lot more money is being injected into the system to make sure that we don't have a collapse. So like, I don't know. Our money, like, if you're in stocks, you're in a good position. If you are in things that are inflation proof, you're in a good position. If you are in things that are losing money, if you just have cash, you're losing money. If you have cash under your mattress, you're losing money every single year. Yeah, I like Ethereum. I think Ethereum has a lot of potential. It's still very risky because it's an experiment. I mean, everything's an experiment here, but I think Bitcoin is the least risky. I think Ethereum is riskier, but it does have more upside potential, in my opinion, because Ethereum is like the way I would put it, the analogy I would use is that Ethereum is like the electricity that people will need to run decentralized applications in the future. So to put it more simple manner, like people are going to need Ether one day to do transactions or to, run smart contracts or do things. So it's like the oil, the lifeblood of what the future. I mean, we don't even know what it's going to be because you could use it for anything really. So it's like investing in electricity. Like everyone uses electricity now, and it's everywhere. It's pervasive. It's like, it's powering our lights. It's powering this computer. And so Ethereum, I would say, is like the electricity of like the future. Not literally electricity, but like it's like it for like internet things, for doing things online and stuff. Whereas Bitcoin is really just a good store of value. Bitcoin is like, it's analogous to gold in that it has the same property. It has better properties than gold in that you can, send Bitcoin to anyone around the world in minutes. And there's going to be it's got a fixed supply. So there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. So no government can just print more Bitcoin because it's based on math and computer science. So like if people start using it as their money, basically, it's, right now its market cap is 200 billion, and that is nothing compared to like money, like all the money in the world. And if governments like adopt this, or if people start using it, like especially in like third world countries right now, where like inflation, if we think inflation is bad for us, like in some countries it's just horrible. There's been hyperinflation. So this is what I talked about in my in one of my YouTube videos, my second YouTube video, I think, or first, on Bitcoin, that like hyperinflation in some countries is very real because the governments have full control of the money system. Yeah, I mean, Vinny, I would start off with I cannot believe I'm talking about this on a on a live stream, but I would start off with The Simple Path to Wealth. This is the book I would recommend. Start with this, and this will help you understand, okay, why index funds are what you should be investing in versus, especially at your age. Definitely index funds and stocks. Being in stocks with index funds is what to go with. And at my age, like I'm in index funds. Yes, Vinny. So Bitcoin is good, hard, sound money. And I think right now it's severely undervalued because we're still too early. It's just still early, but it's going to get there. It would be like people who are against Bitcoin right now are like the same people who in like 1995 were like, no one's ever going to use the internet. People like to buy stuff in person. Or no one's ever going to use the internet. It's too slow because it's too slow for video. No one's going to watch internet video because it's just too slow, without realizing that in 10 years later it would be possible because of advances in technology and stuff. So Bitcoin definitely less risky than Ethereum. Ethereum still, I think, has a really good shot at doing very well. So these are the two I would stick with. And then there's other projects that are even riskier, but probably have also like more chance of upside. But I just could not recommend anything else other than Bitcoin and or Ethereum. At least Bitcoin and Ethereum, I would say. But not financial advice. Talk to your financial advisor / parents / whoever. All right, so I think I'm good with that. Set X, set Y, change X, change Y. So I don't think Bitcoin Cash is gonna be. I don't think Bitcoin Cash is gonna gain enough adoption. I don't think it has a chance. I think Bitcoin has just too much market share. Too many people that are like have a lot of money are gonna get into Bitcoin, and they're gonna get into Bitcoin, not Bitcoin Cash. I see what Bitcoin Cash is trying to do, but I don't think they're going to be successful with the method that their strategy. So they're just trying to make the block sizes bigger to include more transactions in every block, and that's how they plan on scaling up. But I don't think that's a good strategy because at some point, no one's going to be able to like run the network. No person at home is going to be able to run the network, or run a node, a full node, let's say, because the blockchain will be growing. Like if Bitcoin Cash was adopted, the blockchain would grow too big too quickly, and it would leave out everyone that like we want in, that helps with the decentralization, helps with censorship resistance, that helps with all that stuff, that makes it like more fair. So I don't think Bitcoin Cash, although right now it kind of works, and it's very cheap to send transactions and stuff, the network is less secure, and I don't think its plan for scaling to like worldwide adoption is a good strategy. So those are my thoughts on Bitcoin Cash, but I'm not against it. And like, I know some people, if you like look online, some people like just hate Bitcoin Cash, just hate the project and stuff. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's going to be what like the solution is to the scaling problem. How do I feel about Robinhood? I think it's a good first step for starting to learn about finance. So I'm not against it with like that in that sense. I think it's a good, almost a gateway drug into starting to become more knowledgeable about the financial system and like the markets and stuff like that, and starting to pay attention, starting to read about it. The problem is that, some people go on like Wall Street bets and then they start doing crazy things on Reddit. She makes a living managing other people's crypto. Wow, really? And she moved to Korea. South Korea, I heard, has adopted it quite a bit. So, I mean, I don't know. Like the guy, one of the major ambassadors of Bitcoin Cash is this guy named Roger Ver. And I like this guy. Like he was in on Bitcoin in the beginning and like really helped spread the word about Bitcoin. And now he's a Bitcoin Cash guy. But I think he's mistaken in the path forward for worldwide adoption. So, but like he's always posting things like showing people using it, showing stores that accept Bitcoin Cash. The thing is, I really don't know. Like, look at this. Bitcoin isn't accepted in as many physical locations as Bitcoin Cash because Bitcoin Cash actually works for payments. Yeah, right now it does, kind of, but it's not as secure. The whole entire network isn't as secure, but maybe. But if this is true, if there are like a lot of merchants starting to take in Bitcoin Cash, like look, he's zooming out. Like that is interesting to me. Is this actually true? Like, I don't know. I haven't gone to a store and seen a sign for Bitcoin Cash. But I'm not saying it's not possible. It's possible that there are a lot of merchants now starting to accept Bitcoin Cash, and that's what it'll take. It'll take, people learning about it. The other thing I don't like is that it confuses people because they're like, oh, what's the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash? So they kind of like hijack the name in a sense, but I know why they did it because it's like people have heard Bitcoin, so Bitcoin Cash doesn't sound as different. Because she can work anywhere. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. And I think South Korea has been very good towards crypto in general. I mean, South Korea is very like forward thinking, I think. They're very like technologically I would say probably advanced. Their internet speeds are probably like ridiculous compared to our average internet speeds. Their their cell phone, they probably all have 5G already over there. Their cell networks and stuff like that. Glide. No. All right, so where was I? Set X, set Y, change X, change Y. Glide, go to, move. Glide to XY. Or glide to random. Where's my glide to XY? Oh, that's this one. Glide to XY. She could work anywhere. Whereas we have people thinking 5G is a government. Yo, we really, our people are something else. What's the Korean Bitcoin? Yeah, I mean, our population isn't very our populace isn't very what's the word? I don't even know what to say. Set Y, set glide to XY, go to random. All right, so I'm just gonna delete these and use the ones that I just made. Bless me, thank you. You're welcome. But the government sets a limit on how much they can buy. So yeah, I mean that's the issue. The problem is that like we're it's not a problem. I mean it is a problem, but it's one that we have to work with right now. Like in the US, let's say. I mean every state has their own laws and every state has their own set of rules. So that's already like creates a problem. Like New York State is very strict on what like financial like things can occur, uh, financial things that New Yorkers can do that companies can offer to us. We're very very like we have to. Anyone that's interested has to like anyone that's trying to do something or create something has to be very careful because there are a lot of rules. So people fly to different countries to buy them and then they go back to Korea. Wow. That's pretty hardcore. I don't doubt that there's a lot of Koreans doing that stuff. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna blow my nose. All right, I returned. They're smuggling crypto like they're the new drug. Yeah, I've heard some like Samsung phones have like a crypto app. Like they have like literally like a crypto wallet on them, which is kind of crazy to think about. That how far we've come, or how far like in just like 10, 11 years, how far we've come in that sense. The motion blocks. All right, so let's start adding some of these things. So upload. The first one I would use is that. Next. So yeah. So what I was saying was that it's not like crypto can like displace the US dollar, let's say, like overnight. That's never going to happen. Well, it's not likely to happen soon. But what could happen is that people start using crypto more and more, and then like, the risk is that governments might be like, well, you know what, we don't want people to do that anymore. So so it's just going to take time. It's just going to take time for people to understand it, to become more comfortable with it, to realize that it's not just like a Ponzi scheme, that it's like what the benefits are. Especially like, I would say like the bottom 50-90% of people of the country, like in terms of wealth, like if they started using this, they would like understand why this is better, and we stop playing the games that like rich people they're playing. Although like rich people are starting to become invested in and interested in this stuff. So the motion blocks. Yeah, I mean the government can't stop it. They can't stop it. But what they could do is tell every single bank and every single exchange, you are not allowed to, you're not allowed to take U.S. customers, or else you're going to get like sued into oblivion. So the governments can't stop it, but then it'll just go underground. But then if it goes underground, it's not going to gain like widespread adoption. So we want, like I would say, we want to work with governments. We want the government to be like amenable towards it and like accepting of it and to start using it themselves. But did I just delete? Yeah, change X by. Okay. But it's just going to take time. It's just going to take time for, and not only, it's going to take time also because Bitcoin, like there are problems with Bitcoin like right now, where it's not ready for worldwide adoption. It's not ready for people to go to, like the store and buy coffee with like on the Lightning Network and send Satoshis over, in an instant. It's not ready yet. Like the apps aren't all easy to use. They're not widespread. They're not like I don't know, like Cash App or something like that. They're not all like there are a few that have gotten to that point, but even still, it's still like not easy to use or easy to understand what people how to use it. Like private keys are, stuff like that. Go to, glide to, move, change X, Y, change Y. What's next? Insert after. It's the USA. Yeah, I mean, the government can't stop it, but they can definitely make it impossible for or make it really tough for people to like connect their banks to like a crypto exchange or a crypto service. Which is what it sounds like. That's what happened in South Korea, where either people have there are limits, or the government has made it difficult in some way to do something with it. The other thing that they've done that the U.S. has is they have something called KYC, which is Know Your Customer, and AML, anti-money laundering. So like they require like these crypto companies that are trying to allow people to buy crypto and stuff. They require them to know who they're interacting with. So that's when they could set limits. Like, you can't buy more than X amount of dollars, like X amount of crypto a week, stuff like that. And then people start doing the underground thing, or meeting someone at the corner and giving cash for crypto and stuff like that. Yeah. How about we get on the metric system? Yeah, that too. Move steps. What have I imported so far? Glide, change, set. I guess the set. Move, change, set. Let's go with set Y now. Insert after. And we're going to set Y. Set Y. Go to, glide, move, change, set. All right, what else is there? Move steps. Go to XY, glide to XY, change, set, glide to random. That's the last one I need. Let me put that underneath this one. Insert after. And so let us add glide to random right here. So we're at 48 hours, 54 minutes. Not bad. What happened to Dogecoin? Well, in the last bull run, 2.5 years ago, it went up to it had a $2 billion market cap, which is ridiculous when it's a joke. I don't think it's good for the credibility of crypto when a coin like Dogecoin goes up to $2 billion market cap. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like because these markets are so small right now, and a lot of people are trying to like scam others or to pump a coin up and stuff, and like try to get their, try to. There are a lot of scams going on, and a lot of like different like con people trying to con others. It is risk. It is like the Wild West right now, but it's becoming more and more accepted and recognized as legitimate. Maybe not Dogecoin, but like Bitcoin especially. But some of these altcoins are garbage. Some of them really are. But motion blocks. Okay, so what do I want to say about the motion blocks? Let me insert after. Let's say, okay, in the events palette or in. Is the Forex groups a scam? Because I see people advertise it, but what is their incentive? So I don't know what Forex groups you're talking about, but like the Forex market is another one that is. I mean, I really know nothing about it, other than I had a friend who was in. He tried to create an algorithm that could trade Forex. Make trades in milliseconds, in and out of positions between different currencies to try to profit. And try to predict what was going to happen based on what happened in the past, based on patterns. But I haven't heard what's happened to Dogecoin recently. So, was there some news on Dogecoin? You got to tell me what happened in the motion. In the motion palette. That's what it's called, right? In the motion palette. Let's get a screenshot of this. We'll go with that. So that's motion. How do I get back to 100%? View. Actual size. Someone made a TikTok. Oh, where they try to get more people on? Yo, I saw something like that going on Instagram with people like send me $100 and then get people to come under me and then stuff like that. Really? So let me coin market cap. Let me look at Dogecoin. But yeah, at its peak, it was at like $2 billion market cap. Right now, it's at 400 million, which is insane. But let's see. Over the past like 7 days or so. I mean, we see some spikes in traffic over here. A couple. Yeah, look at this thing. 0.003 going up to 0. Oh, maybe not so crazy. But even still, like this is a joke of a coin, and at one point it was worth like, a few pennies, which is ridiculous because it's a joke. Yeah, a few pennies, but the market cap was like I think it was like $2 billion. I haven't seen that. No, I didn't. But the thing is, Ryan, that I'm not surprised because these markets are pretty easily manipulated because they're not really that big. So here we go, Ethereum. Come on, baby. Let's break 400. Pro.coinbase.com. Let's look at the Coinbase Pro exchange. There's Bitcoin. Let's see Ether. Oh, I'm sure. No, I believe you, Ryan. So yeah. In the motion palette. How did I word it in the first one? Click on the event palette icon. To move, okay, maybe I'll start with to move a sprite on the stage programmatically, meaning using code drag one of the motion blocks into the programming area. Shifted the market by millions, yeah. All right, Ryan, thank you for stopping by and hanging out. It was fun. It was fun catching up. And the Age of Empires 3 story was cool. To move a spread on the stage programmatically, using code, drag one of one of the motion blocks into the middle programming area. To move a sprite on the stage programmatically, drag one of the motion blocks into the middle programming area. Then click on the you may enter inputs the white bubbles in the blocks are used to pass inputs to the block. The white bubbles in the blocks are used to pass inputs. I'll definitely talk to my uncle about putting more in index funds. My parents kind of against me putting stocks, though, so they know. Yeah, so, I mean, if you go to the library at your school and find The Simple Path for Wealth, or The Simple Path to Wealth by J.L. Collins, definitely see if you can pick it up, read it, and then you could explain to your parents, like, you know, what you're doing and stuff like that, and why it could make sense. I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to. I don't think Robinhood is index funds, but if they do, or ETFs, exchange traded funds, but if they do, it might not hurt to look into that, because I think that's the safest way to get rich slowly. And when I say that, I mean, like, over the course of the next 20 or 30 years, you know, if the market goes up on average by like 7% or whatever, like, you could do something like, I don't know, investment calculator. There's a bunch. Yeah, so the ETF for VTSAX is called VTI. So VTI will allow you to buy. I think the difference is that with VTI you have to buy in increments of like one share, basically. So, you know, if you want to buy two, you're gonna have to spend 177.68 times 2. Whereas if you get VTSAX, you can buy a fraction of this. So you can buy, like, you know, $10 worth. The problem is that you really should have. I think Vanguard wants you to invest at least 3,000. So if you're just starting out, you might want to start with VTI. It's the same thing. It tracks VTI and VTSAX are the same, basically. But you could, like, Google the difference and read through that. But yeah, so, like, if you look at I would read these articles. Check them out. Yeah, so look at this. VTI, you have to buy one share at whatever price it is, which is like $177. And VTSAX, you have to just put in at least 3,000, but you could buy fractional. And the expense ratio is the reason they're amazing is because the expense ratios are so low. 0.04 is $4 for every $10,000 that you have. So that fee is amazing. Whereas if you go to like a financial advisor or something, they're going to be like, oh, we'll do it for 1% or 2%. And over the course of 20 or 30 years, that you're going to get decimated. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially that you would lose out on. So let's say you started off with like $1,000, let's say. And let's see what it'll be after 25 years. If on average it's making, let's say 7% over the next 25 years, it averages 7% a year. And you contribute, let's say you put in $100 a month. So you're going to put in $100 a month. All right, you're going to end up with $83,000. And once you find a job and once you find, you start making more money, you might be able to bump that up to like $500 a month, let's say, which isn't unrealistic. And now in 25 years, you're going to you will have made for almost you'll have about $400,000 when you only put in $150,000. So you've earned $240,000 in this appreciation of the stock, in dividends and all that stuff. So something like this, it just makes sense. So, or you could have a target, like let's say you want to be a millionaire. You could start doing the math here to try to figure out how can I become a millionaire. So if you just start with $1,000 at a 7% return rate, it says you're going to need to invest for 37 years if you're just putting $500 in a month. But, if you think about it, in 36 years, there's going to be a lot more millionaires because I think our dollar value will be devalued. So the dollar value will be a lot less. So like, maybe your kids, Vinny, they're going to be like, hey, Dad, can I go to the movies? I need give me $200 just because it's going to be probably more expensive. Just like our grandparents or whatever, not ours, not mine at least, but grandparents are always like, oh, when I was a kid, I used to go see a movie for 10 cents. Yeah, well, inflation, bro. So yeah, so $1 million in 36 years is not going to be like $1 million today, but you're still going to have a lot more. You're still going to end up, your money will have made money, and that's the whole point. And so your money isn't losing value. It's going up it's rising with the tide. So this is the hedge against inflation, which is what the monetary policy is for the United States. The reason we have inflation is because the government wants us to spend our money, to keep the money like moving. Not just so they don't want everyone to save. Whereas Bitcoin is different. It's deflationary. Yeah, don't put it off, Vinny. Do not keep ignoring it. Start off with that book, like I recommended, and then, there's a lot of YouTube videos. If you want recommendations, let me know. There are a lot of YouTube videos on this stuff to learn about, and this is something that I had no interest in up until like 6 years ago. Maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, that's when I started getting interested in this stuff, and like never before, not in college, not when I was in high school, not when I was in middle school, not when I was in school, did I ever have an interest in any of this stuff until, I decided one day, hey, I'm going to read a book and like learn how to make money with money, and I'm going to watch some YouTube videos. And then, I mean, that's what I think education's all about, like finding what you're interested in, figuring out a goal and then working towards that goal and like learning towards that goal. So, whereas if I was forced, like if I in 10th grade I had to take like a financial education class, I might have been like, screw this, like I'm not interested in this stuff. But, some people might have been, some people not. I was interested in science, so I enjoyed my science classes in high school, but a lot of people didn't. Drag one of the motion blocks into the middle programming area from the palette. So here I'm going to stick in the motion palette, the image for that. Let's upload. Desktop. This one is, we're going to rename to motion. Okay. That works. The motion palette icon. Way too big. Let's make that a bit smaller. 100. Still too big. I was supposed to be helping one of my Anthro teachers with research and equipment, but you know. You mean tonight? You mean right now? Let's go 80. Maybe 80 is better. Oh, I don't like that line came out in there. How does this look over here? Oh, no. Whoa, this is much smaller. Maybe it's 40? 50. We'll go with 50. That looks much closer to that. Oh, you're doing an independent study. Gotcha. Now, last semester in this one, I wanted to learn about research and how that is because I don't know what I'm going to do. But she does research on brown fat, and I wanted to see lab stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, well, definitely, reach out to your teacher and, if you get stuck. They're supposed to advise you and stuff, right? So, and help you out if you're stuck. Function of block. The white bubbles in the blocks are used to... Yeah, she's very cool. My actual hunter advisor isn't helpful. Gotcha. They have thousands of students each. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough for them, I'm sure. I remember my advisor wasn't very helpful at all. But he must have had hundreds and hundreds of students. And I remember I had to meet with him, and he was like, "All right, so what do you want to do after college? Once you graduate, what do you want to do?" And I was like, I don't know." Your girlfriend is in ASAP, and they have one-on-one advisors. What's ASAP? Should I know that acronym? ASAP, as soon as possible. The middle programming. Oh, gotcha. And they probably receive a lot more help about knowing what to do in the processes and stuff like that. Possibly, right? So it's a good support system. Try changing the values of the inputs in the go to XY block. They guided her along the way. In Hunter, I ended up choosing most of my own stuff in trial and error. Yeah. They guided her along the way, though. Yeah, that's good. It's good that she got that support and help. And I mean, probably be better if they offered it to everyone. But it's every person for themselves when you get to college, pretty much. Try changing the values of the inputs in the go to XY block. What happens when you click on the block? Align center. Oh, sorry to hear. I mean, it's good and bad in a way. That a sprite should. The exact location a sprite should go to on the stage. Funny position where we own to. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things like that where it's like, because of various reasons, like, or your parents just got a car or something, or like the past year they did okay, but every other year before that they struggled. Things like that. It's just so messed up, the system. The way that it works is not like, I mean, I don't know. It's just crazy. Yeah, I don't know how I've felt about owning and buying stuff, but I mean, the thing is, now is a good time to probably get into it if you have the money. Just because, like, it's another asset that, with inflation, does appreciate, and with interest rates being so low, it could be a smart decision to make. But I have not bought real estate because I've avoided the headache. I feel like it would be such a headache, and I'd rather just invest. I'd rather just rent and put the money that I would have, any extra money in investments and stuff like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, it's stressful. That's the thing. Like, for someone like me, like, I'm trying to avoid stress and, like, at all costs. So I want to avoid stress like the plague. And even if it's the right financial, like, I don't get stressed with price fluctuations, but I get stressed with having to do things and make decisions. So if your sprite has to travel a longer distance. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that they've been, like, stressed out or, like, struggling with that stuff. And it has affected you because it's your family. And the financial aid situation you're affected with also. If your sprite have to just travel a longer distance. Jump. Yeah. Yeah, at least you're surviving, right? Can't complain. Things could be worse. Like, as long as you have your health and, you're moving towards a better future. Yes, things could be a lot worse. It's good to remind yourself of that. I mean, even today, just like a few hours ago, when I heard about the Chadwick Boseman, like, that's just insane. Like, you hear about this, Vinny? Like, it's just crazy that, like, this guy was so young, and now he's dead. And he was fighting cancer for 4 years. I had no idea. Absolutely zero idea. So yeah, things could definitely be worse, but appreciate the good things that you do have, and work towards improving your situation. The go-to block causes price to. It's been an absolutely crazy year. It's insane. I want to change the color of the text. Let's go with that, and let's put a space in between. Let's put a space in between here. Okay. The go-to-xy block, why does it put a little dot there? Period. Causes sprites to instantly move on the stage. If you'd rather a sprite glide to another location, consider using the glide sex to x. Oops, there we go. Also, it's not like we aren't real off. I guess we're pretty good, but just not as good as... Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Yep. Yeah, definitely. I will say that I just read a Twitter thread. Anthony Pompliano. I read a great Twitter thread. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. Talking about... Hold on. This Twitter thread was amazing. That's also where I saw the Winklevoss case for 500K. Yeah, this one. So let me go to the top. Let me share this. Yeah, I mean, I would avoid loans as much as possible. But this Twitter thread is amazing. So we keep seeing the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. It's a feature of the system, not a bug, and that's absolutely true. And even though this might be like a very like simplified like explanation of what's happening, I think it's spot on. So definitely check that out. There's like 19 tweets, but it takes like 5-10 seconds to read each. But I highly recommend it. All right, let me close some of these things. While the go-to I'm just going to remove the inputs. And okay. The go-to block. Let me save this draft just because I don't want to lose it. If you'd rather a sprite glide to another location, consider using the glide block instead. While the go-to block may make sense for a starting position in a sprite, the glide block will make the motion smoother. Will make the motion appear smooth. If my money is in stocks, it's not. Yes, correct. Because the stocks go up in the price of the stock goes up along with like it's like it goes up with the tide basically. So inflation causes stock price asset values to increase and appear to be like worth more. But it's only because the value of each dollar is less. So that's what's happening with inflation. You have more money in the system, and it's based on simple economics in terms of like supply. Oh, not just supply and demand, but like how much of how many units of something you have. The more you have of it, the less each one's worth. So when you keep adding money to the monetary supply, or allowing banks to lend out more and to basically create money out of thin air, then everyone's money gets devalued. So having things having like real estate and having stocks is better, is good, because you're going to be those prices are going to be inflated. Whereas if you kept the money in just as an example, let's say you bought $100,000 house today, right? And the dollar gets devalued. So now your house might be worth $200,000. And even though you might realize that, okay, well, everything I used to pay for, everything I used to pay X amount of dollars for, I now have to pay 2X for. At least you went up with it. At least you have that asset that went up or whose number went up, even though its value really, didn't. But versus someone who took that $100,000, instead of putting it in that house, they just put it under their mattress. So then the next day, they have $100,000, but now they can't buy that. Now the house is worth $200,000. So they can't. They have like half the purchasing power. I mean, that's an extreme example. I don't think anyone. I guess it's possible, but to have an 100% inflation in like a year kind of event, not likely in the U.S. I don't think, but in other countries it's happened where it's there's just runaway inflation, hyperinflation, and you have these things like the money losing its value faster than you can count. So money in stocks makes sense because the number will go up even though the value hasn't changed, but at least the number goes up. So that's COVID-20 incoming. Yeah, gold is another thing to a good hedge against inflation. And I said, I think Bitcoin is a digital gold. It's a better gold, and on top of that, it's got a really low market cap compared to gold, compared to all the money in the world. So it's got a lot of room to grow. So that's why I think those are the things you would want to be in the situation like we're in right now, where money's just getting created out of thin air to try to make it seem like everything's okay or everything's gonna be okay. To indicate the exact position the go-to block. Has the market been doing better under Trump than Obama, as he so claims? I would say It was doing better for a few reasons. Well, I don't know about better. I would say that it was doing well because Trump's policies are favored by businesses, by corporations. He would lowered the corporate tax rate, I think, from 35% to 21%. He did things. He cut taxes for like rich people. He did things that, I mean, he cut taxes for everyone, but it really benefited and favored like wealthier people. Um, the problem is that doesn't really translate to everyone making more money because of it, or like getting higher wages or more jobs being created. Um, in some ways, he was doing okay. Like he was doing well for what businesses want. Um, I don't know if he was doing better than Obama, just because in terms of like the growth of the economy and like how you're actually going to measure that, whether it's going to be like the stock market value, the Dow Jones value, the index, or GDP, or joblessness, or welfare numbers, or whatever it is. So like, I don't think it was really better than Obama in those. It's probably about the same, but COVID like caused the stock market to tank, and then the Fed got involved and basically propped everything back up. So Trump will probably say that everything looks great, we're on track, we're doing a lot better, but it's not. That's not going to be reflected in the like how everyone is doing, like how everyone in like the bottom like 50% is doing, because a lot of them have lost their jobs and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. I have no idea who's gonna win. I don't know. We'll see. Two. Wait. While using the go-to block may make sense to direct a sprite to its starting, to position, to provide an exact position that a sprite should be. The glide block will make the motion appear smooth if the sprite must travel across the stage. Elections are right after my B-Day. That's going to be fun. OMG, it's 4 a.m. OMG, it is 4 a.m. Almost 4 a.m. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. This has been quite a late night stream. Go to sleep, man. Don't do as I say, not as I do. I want to try to get to at least 50 hours. Yeah, maybe not. Should I stop? Oh my goodness. Yeah, if I don't go to bed now, I'm not going to wake up till like, who knows, 11 or 12, and I don't want to do that. I think I'm going to go to bed too, actually. Can't say it was for nothing to learn stuff. Good. I'm glad you learned stuff. I'm glad you're thinking about this stuff. Yeah, this is a very interesting conversation. I really thought I was just going to be on here for a few hours by myself, just like typing this stuff, and then you came in, Ryan came in, Mark came in for a second. It's been fun. If you'd rather a sprite glide to another room, or
move to another location in a smooth manner. Consider using the glide block instead. While the go-to block may make sense to provide the exact position the sprite should be at, the glide block will make motion appear smooth. Will make the motion appear smooth if the sprite must travel. Will make traveling will make movement appear smooth. Maybe? Wait, how would I put that? While the go-to block may make sense to provide the exact position. Thank you, Vinny. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I guess I'll decide at 4 how long I'm going to go for. I'm probably going to stop. I don't know. We'll see. I want to at least get this paragraph right before I call it a night. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's been fun. In a gliding manner. Thank you. Good night. While using the go-to block may make sense to provide the exact position that a sprite should be at, the glide block will make the movement appear smooth. I like that. I like that better. The glide block allows you to indicate the exact location that a sprite should move towards. That a sprite should move over a period of time. Over a given period of time. Okay, the glide block allows you to indicate the exact location that a sprite should move to over the given. Okay. How are we looking? How's this thing looking? Let's preview it. How to move a sprite on the stage. There we go. To move a sprite programmatically using code, drag one of the motion blocks from the motion palette into the middle programming. The white bubbles. Customize the function of the block. Try changing the values of the inputs in the go-to block. Oh, I want to fix that go-to. Let's remove this. Let's save the draft. Let's refresh. What happens when you click on the block? The go-to block allows you to set the exact location the sprite should go to on the stage. The go-to block allows the sprite to instantly move to a location on the stage. If you'd rather a sprite move to another, consider using the glide block instead. Okay, while using the go-to block may make sense to provide the exact location the sprite should be at, the glide block will make the movement appear smooth. That's good. That's fine. The go-to block, glide block. All right. So after the go-to, after the glide, what would I want to... Let me do another paragraph. I really think I should add GIFs. So I could show what I mean, and then show what I'm like thinking, and then actually describe how to move it.
But maybe not. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. I should just keep pumping out just whatever comes out, and we're happy with that. Maybe that's what we should do. The glide block allows you to indicate the exact location that the sprite should move to over the given period of time. Yeah, because someone has to input that. Okay. If instead you'd the exact distance that a sprite should move up, down, left, or right. Not that right. My brain is fried. 4 a.m. Where's the birds? We should be hearing them soon. By the way, for anyone that was watching before, we have just broken $400 on CoinMarketCap for Ether, which is nice. Nice to see that. Okay, let's back to the show here. If instead you'd like to specify the exact distance, should move up, left on the stage, consider using the change X, change Y, change X by, change Y by, there's the bird. I guess that clock is not 100% accurate, but it's close enough. If instead you'd like to specify the exact distance that a sprite should move up, down, left, or right on the stage, consider using the change X or change Y by blocks. I mean, the other thing I'm thinking is maybe I could put one block inside. Can I put blocks side by side, or you know what I have to do? I just have to export the image as with them side by side. Because I don't know how I don't know if I could group them. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Can I? Change X, change Y. All right, now I'm just messing with the sizes. Did not want to do that. By blocks. All right, change X, change Y by. So let's go back to our this. So change X. Well, this is set, but we want to set change X. This is what we want. So let's go over to the go to XY. Let's delete that for a second. Actually, I don't want to delete that. Let's just make a new one. Let's set the page setup. So it was 4.79 inches wide and 1.04 tall, I believe. So now I'm going to bring in the change X and change Y and put them side by side. Got to make this wider. So let us go, I don't know, 5.5 inches wide. Let me cut them first before I paste them, because otherwise they get stretched out. Let's go 6 inches. Now when I paste, there we go. They're not stretched out, and they look pretty good. Pretty good. All right, we're gonna go with that. Let's move them down just a little bit so they're like centered. Actually, that's not centered. That is more centered. There we go. So change X by, change Y by. So let's save side by side. Change XY side by side. So let me download that as the PNG. that is the image we're going to use when we import it. So let's remove these. We'll delete these blocks. Can we hit replace? Yeah, replace and upload. That is the change X, Y side by side. Oh man, no, I don't want to do that. Because it took the same size as the other one. So I'm just going to delete both of these and add below, insert after. I'm going to add that image. And we're going to upload the change X, Y side by side. There we go. Line its center. And we'll just leave it at that. The thing is, if someone's new and they're attaching change X, change Y by blocks, it kind of would be nice if they do something like change X by, and then let's say it's let's say 50, and then they add a wait block. Wait 2 seconds, is it? What's the actual block? Is it secs or seconds? Okay, so it is seconds. Wait 2 seconds, and then change X by -50. So that way they see the character move to the right, pause, and move back to the left. I think it'd be nice to ask them to do that. So we just downloaded that. Let's new drawing. We have to cut out the space. When this thing saves the image, it creates a whole bunch of empty space. So I have to like kind of remove it by making the image smaller. There we go. So change X by, change X, wait, change Y by. So this is change, wait, change. That's what we're going to name it. We'll download it now. And this is going to go, I'm going to talk about that. Where do I want to go? Oh, I could put text side by side. Media and text, that'd be nice. Would that have worked somewhere else? You know what? Let's we'll do that for the next block. Yeah, we got to try out the blocks that we have available to us. The image, we're going to try to choose the media and text. So let's upload the image. Change, wait, change. Whoa, way too big. But here's the content. Oh, but I don't like it like that big. Let's make it a... Why isn't it a paragraph? It is a paragraph. Why is it so big? No. I don't know why that is. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, because it has like a little heading. Wow. Let's see what that looks like, actually. Let me preview that. Oh, we're about to come up on 49 hours, 49 minutes, and 49 seconds. That's another cool little mark. Okay, so that's what it would look like. I don't like the heading on it. I wonder if I could just remove the heading. Or if it requires me to have this. Remove block. Nope, we don't need that heading, so we could just start typing from here. I don't like this. It looks like a small paragraph, though. Inline code? No. Why does it look smaller than this? Maybe it's just my eyes. I can't tell if it's actually smaller. Actually, there's one way to tell. Let's copy paste that, put it right here, and see if it actually is smaller. Save the draft. Let's see if that came out smaller. That works. Whoa, what's happening there? That highlighting, it's all messed up if I... Well, I guess maybe because it's a preview. I guess in real life it would be okay. Alright, but I don't want that. I want to see something else. Okay. You know what? I mean, now that I think about it, maybe I do want to keep the... Make a prediction. We're going to make this a heading. And then we'll add a paragraph. What will happen when... What do you think will happen when the script on the left runs or is executed? Is run or runs? Make it a heading 3, by the way. All right, so let's save the draft. Let's see what that looks like. Make a prediction. What do you think will happen when the script on the left runs? So I just introduced the wait block as well, so that's nice. See if your prediction was correct by recreating the script in an empty project, or recreating the script on a sprite in a new project. The wait block can be found in the control palette. And actually, I want to take a screenshot of that. In the control palette. Does that look okay? There it is. Alright, so let's rename that control. And let's bring that into our project right over here. So instead of saying control, we're just going to import that image. Inline image. We have to upload it. Control palette icon. And we have to set its width. I think was, what did we choose on the other one? 40? No, maybe 60? Let me see up here. It's 50. Okay, so 50 was the width that we used. The wait block can be found in the control palette. Let's save the draft. Let's see what that actually looks like. Okay, that works for me. See if your prediction is correct. Because they literally just made it, so I guess it is correct or not correct. The weight block can be found in the control palette. Great. All right, new paragraph. Thing is, like, people really wouldn't use the move steps block unless they're I would definitely suggest people use the change X if they just want to go left and right. The thing is, the move steps block makes sense if you're changing the turning direction of the sprite. So if you're changing the angle that the sprite is pointing to, then it makes sense to use the move steps block. But do I bring that in here, or do I just leave that for another? Maybe I should just say, maybe I leave it at this and then just say like other blocks, other motion blocks. I mean, there's more than this though, so maybe go to move. There are other motion blocks that may make sense for you to use in your programs. In your Scratch programs. If I list them below. Go to move, set X, set Y. Actually, now that they're imported, can I make them inline? Let's see. If I could do that, then I'll just do one paragraph. If you only need to directly set the X coordinate value of your sprite, use the, let's see if this is available. Inline image, set Y, set X. Set X block. Set X coordinate block. There we go. Yes, so why don't we just do that? Instead of just blasting them all here, let's just put them in our paragraph. If you would like to set the Y coordinate, I think I'm going to use a hyphen to connect them. Coordinate. There we go. If I could spell. There are other motion blocks that may make sense for you to use in your Scratch programs. If you only need to set the X coordinate value of your sprite, if you would like to set, if you'd use the set Y coordinate block. So let's find that inline image again. Set Y to coordinate block. Now we could delete it. Okay. Or perhaps you just want, or perhaps you want to introduce some randomness and have your sprite show up anywhere on the screen. This, in that case, use the go to random block. Go to random position block. Go to glide to random. Is it go to or glide to? Let me go to the motion. Go to and glide to. Oh, so there's two. Alright, so let's use this one. I named it go to. I named it glide to, but it really was go to. Let me just put position. I don't know if I could rename the actual file because that's just what it was, but I gave it a different title and a different alternate text. Okay, so let's go with that. Use the go to. Oh, and it came up smaller. Why is that? Oh, because they all have the same width. Let's go with 170. 200. Maybe a little bit more. 220. Just a little bit more. Maybe 250. In that case, use that block. Okay. Or perhaps you want to introduce some randomness and have your sprite show up anywhere on the screen. In that case, use the go to random position block. Let's go bigger. 270. I want to make sure that the heights look about the same. That's pretty close. 280. All right, we'll go with that. 280 is about it. Okay. If you want your I hate using so many ifs. Like if you want to do this, then do that. If you want to do this, perhaps you want. How about we just say the move X steps the move, where is that? Where is move? Here it is. Nope, not that. It's this one. Why is it? There we go. The move steps block. We're going to name it that again. Okay. Why is it? Oh, because again, 280. Let's try. Whoa, way too much. 200. Still a little too much. 180? Now let's go 190. Why is that? Why is it coming up like that? Okay, we'll go with that. Move steps block causes us the sprite to move forward a certain number of pixels in the direction that it is facing. This could prove useful if you change the if the sprite. This could prove useful if the sprite turns in direction at any point in time, but you'd like it to continue moving forward. I think it's like a little bit like wordier than I'd like it to be. If this could prove useful, if the sprite turns direction. How about this? If you'd like your sprite to move forward after turning a certain number of degrees. I don't like that wording, but I'm going to go with that for now. This could prove useful if you'd like your sprite to move forward after turning a certain number of degrees. And I'll put forward in quotes. A specific forward by the given number of pixels in the direction that it is facing. This is useful. This is useful if you'd like your sprite. This is useful if your sprite changes direction. How about that? This is useful if your sprite changes direction. Actually, I mean, I guess that's it. This is useful. This block is useful. No, this is useful when, that's fine. If your sprite changes direction, we are going back and forth on that. Make a prediction. There we go. All right, detecting events when a sprite should move. Let's hold off on that. We're gonna continue that tomorrow. Let me see the preview of this. So save the draft. Let's see the preview. How to move a sprite on stage. We got that. We got that. Make a prediction. I don't know if I like the way that this all looks. But I guess I'm going to be okay with it. Why am I getting so picky and so crazy about the styling? I mean, it's not disgusting, but it's not it doesn't look great sometimes. I wish it was like, I don't know. Maybe we'll leave it as is and just we'll leave it at that. Do I have any videos on the motion blocks? So let's go to my YouTube channel for a second. Let's see. Are there any videos on motion? How to move sprites randomly. There's one. Wow, I'm surprised. I thought I would have had something with like the motion blocks, but I guess how to move sprites randomly will be it. That's what we're gonna use. So after that, I'm gonna add this YouTube video and embed it, and I'm gonna center it just in case it's not already centered. And the last thing will be detecting events when sprites should move. I kind of don't want to stop. Now you've created multiple scripts and how about this? Now that you've created multiple scripts and are comfortable with finding and connecting blocks, we need to learn how to instruct our sprites when to follow the instructions. And when is definitely in italicized. Not how to instruct our sprites when to follow the instructions we've coded.
Or maybe when to follow the code. No, I like the instructions we've coded. Okay. So that is done by the event. No, yeah, the events palette. Okay. Let's find the events palette block again. Now it's like bothering me that it's a little blurry because the other ones I expanded before I copied. But for now, I'm just going to leave it, and we can fix that later. The events palette contains hat blocks named after their shape that can be connected at the top of the script to direct, to instruct. Maybe to direct a sprite. Oh my god, why can't I think? Probably because it's so late. The events palette contains hat blocks named after their shape that can be connected connected to the top of the script, or at the top of the script. At the top of scripts, of each script. That can be connected at the top of each script, comma, instructing sprites to run to follow the code sequence upon detecting an event. Is my thing like double? I think my MacBook might be typing periods because it's like double tapping the space key just randomly. Let us let me try typing without. I was using a keyboard cover, so like here you could see a keyboard cover. So I just took it off. We're gonna try typing without the keyboard cover and seeing how that works. Okay. The events palette contains hat blocks named after the shape that can be connected at the top of each script, instructing sprites to follow the code sequence upon detecting an event. Available events are, and I guess the way I would see, so with Macs, when you type a space 2 times, it creates a period. So you could see that that's why it's doing E period, E period, E period. So when I'm typing, it should not be adding periods because I'm only pressing the space key once. Alright, so maybe it was just because of the keyboard cover. Available events are when the green flag is clicked. So this, if I'm not mistaken, the correct color yellow was FFD500. Okay. When the... Whoa. Okay, no. Okay, that's good. And we could replace green flag with the actual little green flag. There it is. I'd rather have it like that. Available events include when the green flag is clicked, when space key is pressed, when the space key is pressed, but it's not just the space key, when any key is pressed.
What else? When this sprite is clicked, when a sprite is clicked, so in here I think I'd like to. The annoying thing is I want to include the pictures here. Because over here I did. Why wouldn't I do it down there? Or maybe I could just throw all these in a picture and then throw them down at the bottom. I think I'm going to do that. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to do that tomorrow because I am really tired and it's gotten a little late. But we are at 50 hours, 15 minutes, and a bunch of seconds. Let's see where the clock is. What I'll stop the clock at. All right, let's stop right now. 50 hours, 15 minutes, and 41 seconds. So we are less than 10 hours away. We're now 9 hours and about 45 minutes away from completing our end of the bet with about 3 days to go, right? So that gives us, that means that we have to do 3, including today, 3 days. So that means that we have to do 3 hours and 15 minutes each day of streaming. To reach our goal. So we are going to stop right here. I will, for anyone that's watching this, I basically just worked on my website more. I got one article down, the how to add a sprite in Scratch article down. And I started working on this second article that I wanted to work on, which is how to move a sprite on the stage. And there was a bunch of sections, there's a bunch of screenshots I had to take and like things I had to clean up. So I am, I'm going to stop right there. We had some interesting conversations. Some of my, some people came into the chat and were asking me interesting questions, or, we had a pretty fun conversation. So that was cool. But we're going to stop right here for now. I will be back on later today. And hopefully get another 3 hours. We got to average 3 hours and 15 minutes, so we don't have a choice. So I will see you all later. Have